Podmortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. Original Cinematic has multiple exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, is slated for release in early 2024. Upcoming films, Fetish, Sweetener, and Run, and their documentary, Drag, the Most Targeted Art Form, are anticipated for 2024 releases as well.
Their new award-winning film, Group, is currently on the festival circuit, and very generously, Original Cinematic will be providing a link for our patrons to screen the film on Zoom. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Podmortem. I'm Travis Hunter, joined as always by my co-hosts, my sister and my brother-in-law.
Hi, I'm Reneé Hunter Vasquez.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
This week, we're broadcasting live from Danvers State Hospital, discussing the 2001 psychological horror film, Session 9. This film was directed by Brad Anderson from a screenplay by Anderson and Stephen Jevden. Session 9 offers a unique experience for the viewer, which oscillates between psychological and supernatural horror. With a small and talented lead cast, an ominous location befitting of its tale, twists and turns that keep the audience guessing, and inspirations from classic horror films, auteur directors, and true crime, this film would become something of a hidden indie horror gem of the early 2000s, attaining cult status through the decades since its release. This film was suggested to us by friends of the show, Jason Keene, Noreen S., Blaine Hancock, Alan Johnston, Andrea Simmons, Molly Gerhardt, Ben Coons, Amy Dixon, Bobby Holmes, Megan M., Beth Bauer, Scott Troutman-Wise, and Sophie Hodson. We'd like to thank each and every one of them for their continued support as well as this suggestion. So, Session 9. What were your first impressions on the film?
So this was a first time watch for me. I keep getting this confused with Case 39.
Case 39, yeah. Every single time.
Yeah,
I'm like, no.
I don't know why I cannot think of this movie and not think about that, which is funny because I don't even remember if I've watched that movie.
I was like, wait, so when does Renee Zellweger show up?
Yeah.
Right, I thought we were in an apartment or something.
What the hell?
This was a treat, though. I did enjoy this movie. There's a lot of good things in this movie. I do have some gripes, as I usually do. But that's okay because those are, you know what I mean, my gripes.
Right.
But I did enjoy, besides all that, I did enjoy the movie. There's a lot of cool things and scary atmosphere here. I love the location. I love the cast. I don't even want to say -1 because I do still enjoy them all being there. But there is one standout, I guess, if that's what you want to call it. But this is a really good movie. And I was glad that we finally got a chance to cover it because I know it's very highly requested.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I know it's not Case 39. I know. Now I can be like, is that Session 9?
Yeah. This was a first watch for me, too. I knew nothing about it, but that viral meme piece of it. And I'm kind of like, how have I slept on this the whole time? It is really weird to me that we've never seen this.
Right.
I know you said, T, I think you've watched it once before.
Yeah, just the once.
It's very odd to me that this just went right under my radar, because there's so many aspects of this that really speak to the way that I enjoy stories being told.
Okay, yeah.
So, and just the elephant in the room, David Caruso, I find him a little distracting. I don't think,
That was my minus one, but
I don't necessarily feel like he becomes a character. He is very funny to me, and even with that, I feel like the cast that we get, he has his moments, but they are so believable as these dudes here to do this job. The setting, which I'm sure we're going to talk extensively about,
Oh, yeah.
is its own character. It is so unsettling. It is so scary, especially when you kind of learn the backstory of this place. It's terrible. But I think that we all kind of walked away wanting to unpack more. I know that I did. I'll speak for myself. And I kind of can't wait to have this conversation, because I liked this a lot. But there are a couple things that I'm like, but what was that? I think that I've found the answer, but it's a blanket answer for everything.
Okay.
So I don't want to give anything away, but we'll obviously get into it more. But this was my first impression, because this was completely fresh for me, and I really enjoyed it. I think especially that ending. Really, really, really liked the ending.
Okay. And real quick, I did enjoy David Caruso's performance.
Yes.
But for me, because I only know him from NYCSI PD Blue.
CSI Miami.
What all the shows. There's a lot of them.
There's quite a few.
But
that is that one. Sunglasses.
Since I only know him from that, seeing him in this kind of, because I again, his first watch.
Yeah.
So seeing him in this, it's like it was hard to take him out of that, because I know he's got a lot of one-liners in that show.
He does. And it's honestly unfair, because that hadn't even happened yet.
No.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. This was before.
Yeah. I think this is the year CSI proper started.
Oh, okay.
So we were way back then.
Yeah.
No spinoffs yet.
No.
I will say, like Nay said, I watched this, I can't even remember when. It might have been back in the days when you had to get Netflix in the mail.
What?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was quite a while ago. Yes, you used to have to do that, kids.
Yeah.
But I remember watching it, but it was the only reason that I had watched it is because there was like that scene that went kind of viral. And I think that was before people were using the word meme. I think it was just
you're probably right.
viral. And I remember seeing it somewhere and then just being like, I need to know the context of this. I need to know, in what way does this make sense at all? Plot twist.
It doesn't.
It still doesn't. But I think, and I will say, since we're talking about David Caruso, I think I might be the outlier here, where I don't, barring that line reading, which is enjoyable in its own way.
Right.
It is.
I actually think I really enjoy his performance here, because he's such an excellent contrast to Peter Mullen.
Okay.
That is.
And
yes.
Yeah, I'll give you that. They do play great.
Yes.
Yeah. It's because they bring like the complete opposite energy.
Yeah.
And we'll talk a little more about that as it goes on, but I think that, I don't know, there was just something very, very wise about the cast that was put together. But I do appreciate a lot of what they did with this film. We've already mentioned the location, which is just perfect.
Yeah.
The atmosphere of it, and using not only what's already there, but the history of it almost implicitly by what they find there.
Yeah.
It's very, very, very expertly done, and just wise in these choices of not trying to make it something it's not. Just let's use this.
Yeah.
But I also do appreciate the metaphors inherent in what they're doing
Okay.
and what happens. I think there's a lot of smart bits of, I guess, metaphorical writing in the screenplay and things that come to mean other things later, different lines of dialogue. I really like the idea of it. I like the sequences that we get that are just straight up horror.
Yeah.
Some that are kind of nightmarish and surreal.
Yeah.
And others that, you know what I really want to call out is the sound design of this film.
Okay.
Because there are moments of voices.
Yeah.
There's moments that they add like almost like animal noises.
Yeah.
They talked about it on a featurette, and it's exactly right, where the score at times is indistinguishable from the sound design.
Okay.
Because there's so much strange soundscapes and atmospheric music, and then noises that are added in that are in post, but you're like, is this the building? What is this?
Yeah, yeah.
So there's always this kind of unsettling feeling that pervades the entire film.
Yeah.
The build is great. I am unsure about the execution of the finale.
Okay.
Okay.
I like it. This is where I get so torn, and that's why I'm really hoping this discussion kind of enlightens me.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
Or like at least clarifies it, because I really do like a lot of it, and then there's some parts that are kind of like, maybe it's the way they're shot and edited. It's a little funny to me. I don't know.
There are a couple parts that are definitely funny that aren't supposed to be funny.
Yeah.
That I'm almost positive are not supposed to be funny. And a lot of our favorite, oh, it's you. What are you so happy about? Who shot Mr. Burns? Where they see the person, but you don't see the person, and they're just like, oh, what are you doing? Which is a favorite of mine.
Yes.
But it is often very funny.
Yeah.
I feel like, and there's so many homages, like. They mentioned a lot in interviews, Don't Look Now, but this film is The Shining.
Right.
Okay.
It's basically The Shining all the time.
Well, even like the days.
Yeah. Like there's so much of The Shining in this.
All the time.
Do not take a shot, because
don't.
it will be, don't.
It's not healthy.
It's not. But I do see a lot of that. I also see a little bit in these POV moments, a little bit of Black Christmas.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Because Friday the 13th, you see too many hands, and so you're like,
There's a lot of hands.
that's not right. That's not it. Or at least, there's shrubs being moved out of the way. I can't remember if we see the hands or not. Those were not.
I'm almost positive you see some hands on trees.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Moving bushes.
Yeah.
Those were not her hands,
They-
by the way.
They weren't.
I completely. That was like a stage hand or whatever.
Yeah.
Stage hand. It's a film. It doesn't.
Whoever's
It
hand.
doesn't matter.
It was the understudy.
There you go. Yeah. But no, I think that through conversation I'll kind of understand this a little bit more and kind of get to the bottom of the things that didn't work for me, because a lot of it did work for me.
Yeah.
But I did come away from it a little like, oh, all right. But I liked it. I think that's what's so difficult.
Yeah.
And I like it's not even a slow burn. It's a gradual unveiling,
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's just very interesting.
Because the pacing is very interesting on its own.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a lot of breadcrumb.
Yeah, and I agree about the way it is. It moves fine, but maybe it's too much breadcrumb. I don't know.
It's a
maybe
lot of crumbs.
Maybe you need to vacuum a little bit. We don't need so many.
I think there's a lot of misdirection. There is, I think, one too many twists.
There's a
there's a lot.
I was gonna say, but I appreciate that, where the other shoe drops and then you're like, oh fuck, and then there's a third foot and the other shoe drops.
But 3 shoes, okay, that's a mystery. 12? Where's the party?
It's like, how many people are here?
What the fuck is this?
There's a lot, man.
It's fine.
Yeah.
But we'll unpack a lot of that, and especially this. There is a completely deleted subplot.
Okay.
And we'll talk a little bit about that, because it kind of changes everything, and it even led to an alternate ending that isn't a part of the film, obviously.
I am extremely interested to hear about that. I know the bare minimum about what that subplot was and why they didn't use it.
The reason it's cut is absurd.
Really?
Yeah, and I don't even know if I like it or not, frankly.
Okay.
But I will say that the reason it is cut is the reason why test audiences are absurd.
Yeah.
Because if you pay attention at all, you would not have this confusion.
Yeah.
Like, it's so absurd. I just can't believe they're getting these comment cards and they're like, what the fuck? Like, how the hell do you... I would be so mad as a director. Like, did you even watch the movie?
What's even worse is getting those cards and being like, okay, we got to change the whole fucking movie now.
Yeah, that sucks.
That's wild.
It is. And I will say it streamlines it to delete that subplot.
Okay.
But then there's also little ghosts of that subplot.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. But if you can't completely scrub everything from it, it's going to hurt the film that comes out.
Yeah, and it makes sense if that subplot is there.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily make sense with some of the things that we see in here.
Okay.
If it's not there.
Yeah.
So it's kind of tricky, but also that fact is what makes it kind of oscillate between psychological and supernatural horror.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Where you're like, I don't know which one this is.
Yeah.
Which isn't a problem.
No. And I feel I could be giving this film too much credit, but that feels it felt, now knowing that there's shit that got cut out and maybe there's remnants there, but it felt very deliberate to me, where it's like they do not want their audience to know exactly what is happening here. So is it, and we talked about it in in The Lodge.
Right.
Okay.
And it worked better for me here because it wasn't, I don't know, almost everything I think is explained.
Almost.
Yeah.
There are a couple things that you're like, ooh.
Yeah.
Maybe you should have kept that scene in. But I did want to talk a little bit about the production and how this film came to be. So I watched this featurette on the Blu-ray, and I also read a few articles, one in Fangoria and one in About Film.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of talked about the beginnings of the project and how they were able to do everything they did.
Yeah.
But it all starts because Brad Anderson lived in Boston, and whenever he would drive north out of the city, he would see Danvers State Hospital on a hill.
Oh, okay.
And so he's getting these ideas of maybe that would be a good place to set a horror film.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it just starts there with that little seed.
Right.
Turns out he starts riffing ideas with his friend from college, Stephen Jevden. And they start coming up with this idea, and they had actually worked together on a few previous projects.
Okay.
But they are starting to come up with these plans, and they're like, well, we don't really want to do anything that has been done before.
Mm-hmm.
And when you think of this era of horror, it's very nostalgic for people of a certain age.
Mm-hmm.
And I know we all grew up with early 2000s horror.
Yeah.
Oddly, I think it's my least favorite era of horror.
Really?
Yeah. And I think that it's because a lot of the films of the time are kind of formulaic.
Okay.
And a little stale.
Some of them.
It's some. Hold on.
Again, all opinion. There's a few gems in there.
Yeah.
A few. But that's kind of what they were looking at the time.
Right.
All the films surrounding this era, and they're like, well, let's not do something standard.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're like, why would adults go here?
Okay.
So they're starting to formulate these ideas, and they decide, well, before we write the screenplay, maybe we should go there.
Oh, damn.
And so they find urban explorers, and they take a very unofficial, very unsanctioned, very illegal trip to Danvers State Hospital. And they go through the halls, they go through all the buildings. As they're going through them, they're starting to write scenes.
Well,
Okay, yeah.
I'm sure that was very enlightening and inspiring to be there, but also I would be worried about coming back possessed or with like black lung. You don't know what the fuck is in there.
I think that the breathing in there, I'd be like,
I think what a lot of people forget is that buildings are condemned and abandoned for a reason.
For a reason. They're not just like, no fun today.
Yeah.
Like, no, this could fucking fall on you.
Yeah.
But go off.
If you step wrong, you fall through the floor.
Yeah.
Like, there's reasons.
It's like always trying to harsh our good time. It's like, no,
dude, we're trying to keep you alive. But I think that was the real jumping off point, was actually going there.
Okay.
And so they're starting to write sequences, and they're really trying to figure out, why would adults go there?
Mm-hmm.
And then and it's funny because they're adults going there.
Yeah.
But and I, as an adult, I would like to go there as well. I love this idea of exploring these old buildings.
Right.
But their reasoning for them was asbestos abatement.
Yeah.
And it's honestly...
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And especially with what the story is.
Mm-hmm.
But what's fascinating about it is the parallels that are drawn in it, where they're not just telling this haunted house story, they're telling a haunted person story.
Yeah.
And that kind of gives it more of a weight.
Mm-hmm.
And not that, I mean, I love haunted house stories, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
No, for sure.
But this gives it an interesting parallel to play off of when you're dealing with history and you're dealing with the present day.
Right.
And you're going back and forth through all these different things, these different ideas. It just makes it very interesting. They had said that, and this film obviously has staying power if it's released in 2001.
Yeah.
And people are still talking about it. So many people are requesting
I was
it.
going to say we have 13 requests for it.
Yeah. But they had said something about how well this film would do now released because of the subject matter.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the difficulty was, at the time, it was given a $1 million budget. They shot it in 22 days.
Mm-hmm.
God damn.
And the company who bought and released it flat out didn't know what to do with it because they didn't know how to market it.
What?
I think it's because they're trying to decide. They're like, well, is this a supernatural film? Is it a psychological horror film? Is it? So they had no idea. And so the film ends up getting a very limited release, but through not only DVDs, which were very popular at the time, and also appearances on several, 10 horror films, underrated that you haven't seen, or hidden gems and all this stuff. People start finding it, and it grows and grows, kind of has this cult status attached to it, and becomes one of the films that people really look fondly on when they look back at this era of horror.
Okay.
I'm glad that eventually, it got its flowers, but that really bums me out. So was it ahead of its time?
In some ways, that's what they said in interviews. They feel like it was. I don't like this term at all.
Yeah.
But they said that this is kind of elevated horror before horror.
I knew you were going to say
Yeah. Nobody likes the term. Nobody likes it.
But I get, especially at the time, just people not being ready for it, or just not, especially when you don't know how to market it and people don't know what they're getting into,
Yeah. And again, this is just me, but I feel like even if this was released right now, if this is still this movie, I'm still kind of confused. I mean, you know what I mean? At some of the stuff that goes on in the movie. So, I mean, whether it was then or now, I'm still kind of like, huh. And are we getting the same cast?
Yes.
Yes. Do you want me
Just right now, huh?
Yeah. Do you want me to tell you how confused the marketing department was?
Oh.
They learned about The Others, the movie.
Yeah.
And they were like, this is just like your movie. He's like, no, it's
No,
not.
it's
no,
not.
what the fuck?
Like, not at all.
No.
Did you watch it?
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, some.
Well. Now, before we outbid this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, let's review the tapes. So the film begins with opening credits, white text on a black screen accompanied by a pensively atmospheric score before giving way to an upside-down shot of a long, dilapidated corridor, dingy with dust and debris. A sliver of light cuts through the darkness and is cast upon a weathered wheelchair at the center of the hall. Our view of this image begins to rotate, twisting 180 degrees until the image sits upright and we get the title in the font of an old label maker, Session 9.
So, looking at my notes, I apparently already had a lot of thoughts. I was very intrigued just by this. The kind of dirt and grittiness of what we're looking at made me think of Seven.
Okay.
And just this whole opening felt very late 90s, early 2000s in just the best way for me. And then knowing that this guy would go on to do The Machinist,
Yes.
bitch is sat. Like I'm ready. I was already fully leaned forward.
I think that it's a very effective first image, especially with how prevalent and important it'll become.
Yeah.
And what's funny is that I'm so focused on the wheelchair that the sliver of light, 10 times more important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When this whole little thing happened, I was like, okay, I love that.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was like, this is fine. Let's keep this.
I did hear on commentary this rotating shot was supposed to be a motif that repeated a lot, and they were going to use it as kind of an indication of something
Okay.
that we can't talk about yet.
Mm-hmm.
But they ditched it, and I would learn later that they ditched a lot, which is the subplot we'll talk about.
Right.
I did want to talk about the music. The music was done by a collective called Climax Golden Twins, and that consists of Robert Millis and Jeff Taylor, who also went to college with Brad Anderson.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
But their score is less like music
Yeah.
and more like a soundscape, like we talked about.
Right.
It is, and then you'll just get this random like piano. and
Yeah.
it's very chilling.
It is. They really appreciated the fact that everything kind of just weaves and blends in together,
Yeah.
creating more of an atmosphere. And they had said actually that this score is what led them later to work with Jennifer Lynch, David Lynch's daughter, on one of her films.
Oh,
Okay.
She was apparently a very big fan of Session 9.
very cool.
Something else that we'll hear later, I don't know if I've worked it into my script because it happens so often and so randomly. You'll hear random animal noises.
Yeah.
And Brad Anderson said that he was influenced by Martin Scorsese in his work in Raging Bull because
Okay.
apparently in the boxing scenes, there are random noises of lions and elephants and stuff, but you don't realize it.
Yeah.
It's almost like a subconscious thing.
Okay.
And
That's
so
interesting.
Yeah.
they put that here to kind of like unsettle you because there's a lot of like random birds and random bugs.
Yeah.
You're just like, is that a fucking like...
That that kind of makes me think of Texas Chainsaw.
Yeah.
I like that.
There's a lot of homages here.
Yeah.
But very abruptly, we cut to the front seat of a car in the daylight. Gordon Fleming, played by Peter Mullen, sits parked with his eyes barely opened. So Peter Mullen, he at this point is like 5 years off of Braveheart.
Okay.
And he also directed a film, I think it's called My Name is Joe. And he starred in it, and that is what put him on the radar for Brad Anderson.
Oh, okay.
But I remember him from Ozark. He was Jacob Snell.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I didn't finish it, so I didn't.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
It took me a while, but I'm like, that is you.
Okay.
He is so great in this.
Yes.
He has to do a lot.
Yeah.
And he's just very convincing.
One thing that they had mentioned on commentary that I kind of picked up on and was very pleased with is no matter what happens, his performance remains so like sad
Yeah.
Yeah.
and to a point sympathetic
Yes.
because you want to feel for him for everything that is happening
Yeah.
to a point.
To
Yeah.
a point.
And I really liked Joe's Apartment. That was a good movie.
Close enough. But Phil, played by David Caruso, sits in the passenger seat cycling through radio stations. We've had a lot to say about David Caruso.
Yeah, we already did it.
Well, and even that here, when I seen him, I'm like, oh, hey, it's a CSI guy.
Yeah.
But I had no idea that the dude, again, I know he's been acting, but I was young.
Uh-huh.
Dude was in fucking First Blood,
Yeah.
Kiss of Death with Nick Cage and Sam Jackson, and Twins with fucking Schwarzenegger. You know what I mean? I was like,
Yeah.
what the hell?
It's wild.
Yeah.
I will say again, this film, this performance, it is kind of sad that he's just kind of been reduced to a meme.
Yeah.
Because he's had a pretty big career.
Yeah.
That is a fucking bummer, honestly.
And Danny DeVito was in Twins. I
Okay,
don't want to leave him out. I don't want to
we
leave him out.
never-
Yeah.
No.
Leave DeVito out.
No.
But after admonishing a few talk radio show hosts as fucking idiots, Phil settles on a rock station where a song very reminiscent of Carlos Santana's music plays.
Yeah.
I thought it was. It's Universal stock music.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Featuring Rob Thomas? Or
Featuring the guitar work of one Carlos Santana? No, I was like, really?
Yeah, I thought it was a song for a minute, and I was like, what is that?
Just Play Smooth.
Yeah.
What's so hard about it?
It was out. But as Gordon takes a sip of his coffee, Phil tells him that he looks beat and asks if it was his turn to feed Emma, his infant daughter, last night. With low energy, Gordon responds that Emma has an ear infection, which Phil remembers that she had since her christening. Phil asks how Gordon's wife, Wendy, is holding up. I was like, a wife named Wendy?
Oh,
Yeah.
very good.
It starts very soon. But Gordon just shakes his head, wearily responding that she's just as tired as he is. Phil sincerely encourages Gordon to hang in there and offers him any help that he needs. Great friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just funny to me because he is exhausted,
Mm-hmm.
and we're in pretty tight on him, and you can tell he's just like trying to make it through, and he's just like, Gordy, are you tired? Gordy, is it the baby? How's Wendy? Gordy? I'm like,
Dude.
shut
No.
up.
And even
Let me take a micro nap, please.
Even
Yeah.
when he's on the radio, he's like, fucking idiot. He's like, do you know this song? You like this song? It's like, dude, I can't even think right now.
Mo?
Yeah, no
Mo?
shit.
Mo?
You're lucky I drove us here.
Yeah. I'm like, please just give this man a minute.
But we then see what's right ahead of Gordon and Phil, just past a green SUV right in front of them. The gate just outside of Danvers State Hospital, and a sign of the location accompanied by an addendum. No trespassing, official business only. We pan across the gate to find a security guard played by Charlie Broderick standing at the SUV and speaking on his car phone. He tells the person on the other end that he'll tell them before hanging up. He walks over to the vehicle that Gordon and Phil are occupying, which we see as a large red business van for their company, Hazmat Elimination Co., Asbestos Abatement Professionals. Leaning at Gordon's rolled-down window, the guard tells the men that that was a man called Bill Griggs on the phone, and he'll be here shortly. Gordon and Phil thank him, but before the guard can leave, Phil asks when the hospital closed down. When he learns it was closed in 1985, Phil responds confused that they have someone guarding the place with a firearm as if people are still trying to escape. The guard explains that they're not worried about people getting out, but people getting in. Somehow, Phil doesn't understand.
I'm like,
Yeah.
duh. What do you mean?
Right, people are obviously going in there and hanging out, dude.
It's clear. Like, I don't... He's like, you're going to have to... The guard elaborates. Kids, delinquents, unhoused people. He says a lot of patients ended up on the streets when the hospital closed, and some come back. The guard shares that he actually found a group of people squatting in the building last spring. This surprises Phil, and the guard himself doesn't understand why anyone would want to stay up there. He tells Phil to wait till he sees the place, admitting that he'd rather sleep in the streets. But then again, he's not nuts.
Okay, well, thank
Yeah.
you, Mr. Sensitive.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
The men share a laugh as an approaching car honks, signaling the arrival of Bill Griggs. The guard wishes Gordon and Phil the best of luck. So, this discussion about people squatting in the building, all that stuff is meant to foreshadow a deleted subplot.
Okay.
And we'll talk about it a little bit later, how it fit into the film, how its remnants are still in the film,
Yeah.
and everything in between. But as Gordon and Phil follow behind Griggs' car in their van, Phil asks if they're the first crew to be inside the hospital. Gordon reveals that they aren't. Environmental Solutions and American Yankees were up here last week. Phil inquires what their bid was, and Gordon just says that it was under the Yankees and it was fast and low. Phil reminds Gordon that Griggs prefers all of his jobs to be fast, but Gordon counters that he likes his jobs to be safe. Realizing that they can't gamble with a job like this, Phil offers to talk to Griggs himself, but Gordon assures Phil that he has it handled. But the conversation ceases when they see Danvers State Hospital through the window of the van. A sprawling, towering structure of red brick windows and steeples. They admire the Victorian style and Gothic architecture as an organ blares in the score, punctuating the magnitude of the menacing and monumental medical facility. So the entire film, with the exception of maybe one or two shots or scenes, was shot in this hospital.
Damn.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I was very interested to see how they got permission to film here, especially because they broke in a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, your pictures are out front. But apparently one of the producers had a connection to somebody in the state government of Massachusetts.
Okay.
And so they were able to get permissions to film here. And honestly, they probably shouldn't have filmed here
Yeah.
because the building that we see is exactly the building that is in the film. So the problems that they mention are a lot
It's
of the
real.
same. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is asbestos. There is mold. There is like dust for me is bad.
Yeah.
So I can't even imagine.
Yeah.
No, I think I would collapse about two steps into this building.
Well, there's a lot of dangerous old shit in there.
Yeah.
And like you stated earlier, babe, those buildings are condemned for a reason.
Yeah.
There is a section of the building that they were allowed to film in. Other parts were deemed too dangerous to even allow them to try. And so there is a very small concentration that they're focused here.
Okay.
But they do make it feel sprawling.
They
Yeah.
do. Yeah.
I believe that they're all over the place. But very few things were added. So we'll talk a little bit more about the production design and what they did, because most of the interiors are exactly as they are.
Yeah.
The chipped paint, the everything.
The paint
Yes.
is a featured actor. Like the entire vibe and atmosphere of this place it's its own character.
Yeah.
Like, it is so scary.
There's boxes of paperwork. There's patient files. There were even
The equipment.
Yeah, and we'll talk later.
Yeah.
But there are like tissue and blood samples they found. Like
Oh, fuck.
this hospital was just abandoned.
Yeah.
I will say, as far as from a technical standpoint, the camera motions and the tour itself, very reminiscent of The Shining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
When they're first taken around the Overlook, there is one shot that we'll talk about that it's literally shot for shot.
Yeah.
But we'll get to that in a minute. I do know that they had mentioned on commentary that a lot of the history discussed in this tour is fairly accurate to the actual history of the hospital.
Okay.
And I know you had done some research on that.
I did. I'm going to try to keep it brief in case anybody finds it boring, but I think you two will find it interesting because I found it interesting.
Okay.
First of all, and I'm going to try because you have a lot of detail. And again, from my research, that is accurate. What's
Okay.
about to be said. So right off the bat, before we even get into the history, I thought that it was interesting that this inspired Lovecraft's Arkham Sanatorium, which
Really?
of course inspired Arkham Asylum.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah. But I think that in the film we get into when it was built and the style of the building is extremely interesting. And this is what makes me sad because even the architecture of the building was meant for the patients to get more sunlight, more fresh air. Like it feels like there were a lot of good intentions going into this. I mean, obviously, but
You know, there's a saying about good intentions.
yeah, and it's not a good saying. But the hospital was designed to house 500 patients. And if needed, there were attic spaces that could accommodate 1,000 more if they needed to. So that's a max of 1,500.
Yeah.
But the occupancy ballooned after a certain point to over 2,300.
Jesus.
And so they were putting people in the basement. I mean, it's just... Anyway, before that, they were focused obviously on helping their patients. They had a no restraint policy. They had a training program for nurses, a research laboratory. Like this place was the place.
Damn.
But then that's when the overcrowding happened and that's when the occupancy balloons. And this is when they start to instate restraints and over medication and shock therapy and lobotomies. And from what I read, the lobotomy is said to have been refined here at this hospital.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah. But there were reports of people being restrained into straitjackets and just forgotten in the basement. And there were lobotomized patients wandering around confused. There were naked people in their own filth, just wandering around because they couldn't keep up.
Yeah.
But then in the 60s, and we're going to talk about it in a minute in the film as well, but that's when all the budget cuts happened and the wards were having to be closed one by one. So, and I also read, because I went to multiple sites. There's a site for this hospital, Wikipedia, obviously. Like, I went down a rabbit hole. But they said that in the 80s, over 100 patients just went missing. And they were never found, never accounted for, nothing.
No record of?
No, they were just
Wow.
over 100 of them. It was like 150 something.
Jeez.
Yeah. So the admin block closed in 89, and that forced everyone to move into a different building. And then the entire facility closed in 92, but it wasn't demolished until, I believe, 2007, and then apartments were built.
What the
which
fuck?
you couldn't pay a bitch to live in there. But
No.
it's just a really, really sad story. Like you were saying, T, of best intentions.
Yeah.
You know? I also read this really interesting story of a woman. I think her name was Marie Balter, who was a patient here, involuntarily, and then I believe she left. I'm just trying to remember what I read. So if I get the order wrong, forgive me. But then she was released, and then she came back voluntarily, and then she was released again, and then she came back and worked administration here.
Oh, wow.
What
Yeah, which that is like, being on both sides, that is, I felt like that was incredibly interesting, but it's just really sad, you know. Even they talked about it on Sunny, man. It's just like these people need help, and this was not the place to try to cut corners and cut costs. It's just devastating.
It's I just a place with this much history.
Yeah.
Imagine filming there.
Yeah.
Imagine all the history you feel just by being in this space.
Just being able, thinking about it, just to go in there and kind of wander around, or even be on the grounds around it. I know you said it's demolished in 07. I know it's gone, but being able to see it up, like that would have been crazy as fuck to walk around there.
It's the apartment listings that I saw. That big front building appears to still be there.
I think they
Really?
it's
Yeah.
a replica or something
Is
from
it?
what I read.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it looks very clean comparatively.
Yeah.
From
Well,
what we see in the film.
It
Okay,
was
okay.
it was supposed to be protected under like the historical like
Yeah, that's
and
why. Yeah,
they still did it. So I don't know.
maybe they're like, you know what? It's not as historical.
Yeah.
we thought.
But a replica would be just as historical, right?
Yeah.
Sure. How much money are we going to make off of this?
Yeah, I
exactly, that
I
part.
was gonna say.
But what you were saying about filming here, Peter Mullen talked about that a lot. I saw a featurette called The Haunted Palace, and they had chopped it up into like little sections, and every section had a quote from somebody, and like every single quote was from Peter Mullen, because he was saying some like chilling shit about an impulse that he had when they were filming one scene, and I'll talk about it when we get to the scene.
Okay.
But he said that he heard somebody say his name, and there was nobody else around, and he was like, it wasn't scary, it wasn't startling. He said it was like, Peter, like request, like, hey,
Yeah.
you know.
wow.
And he was like, it scared the hell out of me. He said he talked a lot about how he felt, how dark this place was, and just the bad energy that was still there.
Yeah.
Was the director just calling him to set?
Yeah, I
Was
was
it-
gonna
He's
say.
like, oh my God.
It's lunchtime, Peter. He's like, oh my.
Is he me?
Yeah. There's a ghost in this hallway.
Yeah. That's all it was.
Yeah.
Well, you know.
There's another story that I want to talk about that comes up later that is just kind of frightening. They told it on one of the featurettes, and it involves the cinematographer in like just a freak accident.
Right.
But it's just kind of wild, and then you think about the place, and it's just too much. I do want to say and look, I don't know anything about medicine really, minus teaching CPR. I know that.
You're like, I am a fraud.
Yeah.
I've been coasting for.
You're like, don't actually put your mouth, because ew.
Yeah. And I will say, to teach at the college that I once went to, it's just like that lady you said. From the hospital.
So what was that like?
No, it's very interesting. I can relate. I will say that the idea and just the phrasing, because I know this is the phrasing they used, but the idea of refining the lobotomy, that seems wild.
Yeah.
Because it's very, very like rudimentary, it seems.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I mean,
I don't know how you invent that and think that you're good. Like, how you do that and you're like, this is the next phase of medical.
It's kind of
trial and error, I guess.
I guess
mean, yeah.
It's kind of heartbreaking to think about it because you think of what this facility was,
Yeah.
and then the fact that it's out of control. There are too many people here. We can't control them. Okay, put them in a straitjacket. Okay, but they're still yelling. Okay, so sedate them. Okay, so shock them. Okay, let's poke a fucking hole in their brain and take a piece out. Like, it's just like the escalation that I'm sure they were like, this isn't enough. This isn't work. Like, it makes me sad.
Yeah.
It just couldn't be more crude of procedure.
Yeah.
And I know that through time, medicine is refined and there are better, obviously,
right.
methods. But to think that for a time, this was the answer.
I think that it was
poke the brain.
Yeah, that's wild.
When I saw From Hell,
yeah,
and I was too young to be watching From Hell, I think. But I was like, what the like? People actually did that. I was just like, I couldn't believe it.
Well, wasn't there a point in time, and I'm sure somebody can back me on this. I remember seeing when motherfuckers were drilling a hole in their head to let the air or whatever from their breath.
Yeah.
What?
That
sorry.
was Saw 3. No, I'm just kidding.
I was going to say, that's
whatever.
That was John Kramer.
And it worked.
Yeah.
It did. It seemed to work.
But that's wild as fuck.
Well, pressure.
Well, to relieve pressure in the brain. Yeah.
I'm not doing that to myself.
I mean,
even my neighbor. No, just don't go too hard, bro. Like, I got this massive
Oh, you
headache.
mean you're not physically too
No, of course not.
Fuck no.
I understand, like, drilling holes in the hood of your car to make it go faster.
Yeah, but not in the skull. Yeah,
If you don't have speed holes, what are you doing?
Dude? But as the camera presses in on the exterior of the building, and we see the Hazmat Elimination Co. van and Griggs' car in the parking lot, we hear the voice of Bill Griggs, played by Paul Guilfoyle, as he leads them in through the halls inside.
I'm the meme of that guy that's like bursting. Jim fucking Brass.
I
was so thrilled, so excited. You hear his voice before you see him, and I was like, I know that voice.
Yeah, your sister told she was like, do you know who that is?
So excited.
It's so wild because he's oddly playful in this role.
Yeah.
It's kind of a different side.
Yeah.
And this is the strangest CSI crossover I've ever seen.
It is. And before.
Yeah, it's wild. But Griggs gives the men a history lesson as well as a guided tour. He says the hospital was built in 1871, originally called the Kirkbride Building, named after Dr. Thomas Kirkbride. Griggs explains that it's a simple layout to the building if you imagine it as a giant flying bat, which is easy because I imagine most buildings this way.
Yeah, as one should.
We do very later get an exterior of an overhead shot.
Yeah.
And a shot of the exterior. I don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's exactly that. Mm-hmm. It clearly looks like a bat.
And that is one thing that I enjoy. This building looked fucking great.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I wish we would have seen it a little earlier because it did leave me kind of guessing until we seen the overhead shot. And my note is, damn, that building sounds really cool. I wish it was just better equipped to help more.
Yeah.
But you saying that, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it started that way.
Yeah.
It's just the more you think about it, the more tragic it gets.
Yeah.
And we'll talk more because they talk a little bit more about certain things, and it's just unbelievable. But Griggs draws a mental diagram. He says the main staff building is in the middle, the bat body, and then slanting onto each side like crooked bat wings are buildings for male and female patients. He then pretends that he's the bat, complete with sounds and the flapping of wings. I laughed at this because it's much needed levity because later it is not there.
No.
This film gets pretty dark.
Yeah.
But Gordon and Phil just laugh as they follow behind him. Griggs tells the men that, believe it or not, this building is listed in the National Historic Register, which is why he can't just have it torn down, which was the truth.
Yeah.
Or is the truth.
Yeah.
Maybe parts of it are and then weren't.
I don't know.
For a price.
Yeah. But as he's talking, I'm like, okay, this is answering all my questions.
Mm-hmm.
Why do we need this cleaned out? Why can't, you know what I mean? Why is this still standing? We're not getting rid of it. And I didn't realize watching this that it's true.
Yeah.
Like, that is very interesting and it makes sense because it is real.
Mm-hmm.
But he admits he'd love to tear it down, with only 1/10 of it being salvageable, but he says the land itself is priceless. He suggests putting up a Walmart or something, but laments that the town manager wants to reclaim it. As they enter another area with blue curtains hanging in stained, white-tiled stalls, Phil stops, seemingly unsettled when he notices something. Griggs playfully mocks him, asking if he saw something scary. But as Phil stares into a large metal tub of water, a mural of a swan on the wall reflected into it, Griggs explains that this room used to be used for hydrotherapy, which was cutting edge at the time. He says patients would be soaked in cold water, positing that it was a way to chill them out. So I will say one of the few things brought into this facility by the production was the tubs.
Okay.
It is accurate that they did hydrotherapy there, though.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder what happened with their tubs.
I don't know. Maybe they weren't aesthetically. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
But what got me was that it's still full of water.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I know we're worried about asbestos, but like mosquitoes, you know?
Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's worse.
They bite you somehow in places where you're clothed. I don't understand.
Yeah. And I get ate the fuck up.
Yeah. Legs and butt.
Legs everywhere, really.
Yeah. It's the sweetmeats. I don't know. The mural, though, was there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
Okay.
that's interesting. I thought they would return here
Right.
more.
Okay, see, so did I.
Yeah.
I honestly was expecting a Grave Encounters moment.
Yeah.
With this stuff.
Okay.
Honestly, and especially seeing the water still in it,
Yeah.
that felt supernatural.
It felt, definitely.
Yeah, the water in it.
Like it should not be.
No.
Mhm. And cutting edge. That's what's cutting edge? Let's put you in some cold ice water.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're like, look, nobody's ever thought of this.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, a lot of this fucking shit is just... Excuse me.
This fucking shit.
It's kind of infuriating that they would just, I don't know, use people as, like, tests.
Yeah.
But I mean, and they even mention it later on. What are these people being admitted for?
Oh,
You know what I mean? Like, it's mind-boggling. It's very upsetting.
But Griggs says if the cold water didn't work, they would just give them a lobotomy. Phil looks up at him startled, but Griggs clinically states that the prefrontal lobotomy, as we said, was perfected here in Danvers. Gordon surveys the room, finding a straitjacket laying flat on a long metal table. Phil commends Griggs' knowledge of the place, but Griggs gives the credit to his wife, the town historian. He says that she likes to keep him in the know, which reminds him, there's a fantastic morgue in the basement where they did all the post-mortem autopsies. He's promptly interrupted by Gordon, who just suggests that Griggs shows them the problem areas of the building, and Griggs reluctantly agrees to do just that. So the morgue will kind of come into play, not as much as I hoped.
Yeah.
Again.
I don't know if I already want to say what I think that my solution to all these things is.
I'm intrigued.
Maybe I'll wait.
All right. But the camera follows the men in a tracking shot through a large kitchen complete with massive metal containers that were once filled with food. Phil remarks that you could feed an entire army here, and Griggs shares that they actually did, and that the hospital was basically a self-contained town. Church, movie theater, bowling alley. He points out of a nearby window, directing them to a cemetery just behind the machine shop, amused by the detail that there were no names on the headstones, just numbers.
Interesting.
Indeed. And I will say, just stripping away your identity.
Yeah.
It's devastating. It's really fucking sad.
But he implores them to check it out if they have the time. Griggs then leads them into a massive dining area that he says will soon become the municipal archives. In a low-angle shot, the camera follows them over the wet tile from the opposite side of the room. Gordon asks if there's going to be a lot of foot traffic here, and Griggs confirms this, saying that it'll be something like a library. Gordon comments that the tiles will have to go then, calling them deadly. Phil concurs that they're loaded with asbestos. Griggs notes that the other bids didn't point that out, and Gordon says that they should have because it's standard. I was like, you're making yourself look really good.
Yeah.
Yes.
But Phil surveys the area, graffiti scrawled on the wall behind him, as Griggs redirects the group towards the female wing, Ward C. He shares that this ward will become administration, the town manager's office, Department of Public Works. Phil's reflection in the water on the floor touches his hand to the wall as he says that basically means it'll be Griggs's office, and Griggs excitedly agrees. In the female wing, Griggs explains that each wing is made of 4 wards, A, B, C, and D. A, which he calls the wingtip, is the farthest away from the staff building, which is where they'd keep the extreme patients.
I wonder if that's going to come into play.
Yeah.
There is a slow creep that we kind of notice of one character. It's very interesting. But stepping into a room shrouded in darkness, the men beam their flashlights to light their way. Gordon asks what Griggs means by extreme, and playfully pointing his flashlight in his face like a campfire story, Griggs simply responds, psychotic. Phil realizes that the staff kept the most dangerous the furthest away from them, and Griggs shares the nickname that they had for Ward A, the Snake Pit.
That doesn't sound very good.
I would say
No.
not. I will say that led me to believe something that would happen later. Not that we would see a bunch of snakes or anything. I wasn't thinking that. What I was thinking was almost as if it's like hell.
Oh, okay.
And I thought that, especially with what happens with one character, I thought that's where we were leading.
Okay, I like that. All right.
You're like, is Valak going to be
Yeah,
in there?
holy shit. All we need is, I guess, a thing of blood or something.
Yeah.
It'll work for one film, I think.
When was this hospital built?
I think it was 1871.
Okay, because just you saying the way the wings are, when I was in Leavenworth, that's the wings are named like that.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And that was opened in 1902.
Oh.
It opened, I think, in 78.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what's wild is honestly, when you think about it, you would think that a bat would be kind of a dark thing to model a building after.
Yeah.
I love bats, firstly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But you would think at the time that they'd be like, oh, that's, the devil or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that they were into it.
They're like, we went with the Jerry Dandridge layout.
That was a big fucking bat.
Yeah. Big old bat.
But Griggs directs the men down the hall to get to Ward C, but he suggests for them to not walk on the floors because of the water damage. He's like, walk on the wall like the man who can't breathe. Phil questions how they're supposed to get over there then, and Griggs just jokingly asks if either of them are afraid of the dark. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gordon is transfixed on something else, however, and we see what has caught his attention. Accompanied by the sound of dripping water, at the center of the distant hall is the stationary wheelchair from the opening credits.
I was like, oh, shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The camera presses in on it as crackling static is heard, and soon, a disembodied voice calmly says, "Hello, Gordon." Gordon disappears into the shadows, but is brought back by Phil's flashlight pointed into his face.
Is Jigsaw down here?
Yeah.
I don't want to play a game.
No.
I'm here to work.
He's the new tenant. That's why you got to clean.
Oh.
Please clean the shop.
Yeah. It's
This-
like, come on, man.
Looks pretty close to his lair, I will say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Phil says that it's just him and to come on. Gordon stares back at the wheelchair with fear in his eyes, but continues on with Phil and Griggs. Obviously the first sign of trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm very surprised that not once does he say, I think I heard something down there.
Yeah.
If I'm on a job, or if I'm anywhere and I hear somebody that I don't know say my name, and there's nobody fucking there,
Yeah.
we're going to talk about that.
And you should.
Yeah.
I feel like he is in, and we learn more later, such a state of desperation of this job working out that maybe he's just like, no, like I'm tired. It's creepy in here. Like I didn't actually hear anything.
But wouldn't you at least be like, hey, what's with the creepy chair over there?
Yeah. Well,
I mean, it's not anything like, hey, do I not go past that beam of light?
Yeah.
Like, right.
Yeah.
Can we make a conversation about this?
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Or-
Everything the light touches, we're okay, right? Because I watch Lion King, and anything
And that's what I
outside,
learned.
I thought you were going to say I watched Darkness Falls.
no.
It was probably out
That
around
too,
this
yeah.
time.
Darkness Falls. We got to do that one.
Stay in the light.
Yeah.
Yes.
But down in the basement tunnels, the men shine their flashlights around, Phil noticing survival rations, and Griggs explaining that this used to be a fallout shelter. Gordon, however, notes that the ducts on the ceiling will have to be wet stripped, alerting Griggs to the issue. Gordon warns that if any of it breaks off and dust gets into the tunnels, it would pollinate the entire building. Griggs obviously doesn't want this to happen, and Gordon and Phil assure him that he doesn't. Gordon then heads off down the hall alone, but Griggs makes his way back to the front to lead them. They enter what used to be the solarium, a wide-open space with a torn checker-patterned floor and a large wall of windows. Griggs jokes that he calls it the carpet-toned room, which he laughs at, but I don't get it.
No.
It's green.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like the word solarium.
Oh, it's great.
It's so good.
I need to have one to use it.
Yeah.
I will say, I bet, and if anybody, any of you guys do this kind of work, let us know how much of a pain in the ass or how bad something like this would be.
I can't even imagine.
Because looking, like you said, all of this is really there. If you really need to go renovate or go and clean all this old shit out, I wonder how much or how long would doing something like this take?
I think.
Yeah, especially when we start talking deadlines.
Yeah. I was going to say, when we start talking the estimate, it's wild.
Yeah.
And even as a layperson, I'm like, no.
Yeah, no way.
But leading them into an adjacent room, Griggs declares, "Here we are, gentlemen, Danvers Town Hall, reclaiming the dark past to build a brighter future." Or something like that. This motion of the camera through the wall is literally shot for shot when the Torrance family goes into the gold room for the first time.
I love that.
They didn't mention it on commentary. They didn't even talk about it, but it is literally the same thing.
Yeah.
And I just love these like quiet homages.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, I've seen that before.
Yeah.
But Gordon and Phil are too distracted to care about the slogan when they notice something in the ceiling. Now, I don't know why, but both characters pronounce it as crocodilite.
Yeah.
But it's chrysolite.
I was like, there's crocodiles in the city.
Yeah.
Like, there's your real problem.
Yeah. No shit.
We aren't going to work here.
You're worried about fucking asbestos?
You got a live crocodile in the fucking ceiling?
Falling at the ceiling.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
There's a croc in the vent.
Nay, didn't you say that Snagglepuss was outside? But they say that chrysolite is the worst kind of asbestos, and as Gordon shines his light at it, he estimates that it's from the 1940s. Griggs asks what he suggests, and Gordon says that he would seal off the area, that he'd use full poly, a couple of negative air machines, decontamination showers, the whole bit. As Phil takes apart the ceiling tile to get a sample, Griggs levels with them. He says that OSHA won't let him start until they clean up the building, and he needs to get a construction crew in here by Columbus Day, so he needs an estimate for how long it'll take. Mentally going through the hospital, these rooms, the game room, the tunnels, Gordon ponders an estimate, but Phil interrupts. 3 weeks minimum. Gordon counters 2 weeks. This surprises Phil, and he just chuckles a bit, and Griggs smiles, a bit confused at the conflicting estimates, asking if Gordon and Phil are Mac and Meyer for hire. It's apparently a sitcom from the early 60s.
All right.
It was on for like a year, but there's like 120 episodes. I don't know.
God damn.
What the fuck was going on? I think they were like 15 minutes apiece.
Yeah.
They're like, no, come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
They were like the Eric Andre show or whatever. They're like, we're just little clips. Just little clips. But he asks them, which is it? 2 weeks or 3? And Gordon doubles down on 2 weeks, which Phil reluctantly agrees to. Griggs remarks that Gordon is the captain after all, and Gordon agrees with this assessment.
Like, damn.
Yeah.
I will say the way that he kind of pushed his way to the front, like, you don't know this place when they were in the tunnels.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of speaks to his need, I guess, to lead.
Yeah.
But on their way out, Griggs assumes that they've seen it all and asks if they need anything else. Gordon shines a light on more graffiti, a pair of breasts on one wall with the like, ta-da lines coming out.
Yeah.
But there's also a couple of figures smoking pot, and then there's just a big red wiener and balls.
Yeah. It's kind of like on Bo. It's like, don't mind if I do.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
Dude, that's
they got the same graffiti artist.
They hired him. They saw his work in session
They're like,
9.
look, we see what you did
Like,
on
dude,
that 9
We need
movie.
this dude back.
But we need it a little funnier.
Oh my God, we laughed so hard.
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah,
That's
well,
why.
he's helping himself.
He is, yeah. One for you.
No.
But Griggs just excuses it as the work of local punks. He says that the little motherfuckers come in, get high, shoot guns. But Phil stops behind them, his attention drawn to a room. He makes his way inside as Griggs and Gordon double back to follow him. The walls in the room are filled with drawings, photos, magazine cutouts, and letters. Griggs explains that this is seclusion, which is what they used to call the patient rooms back then. He says that the cutouts were part of an art therapy that was big in the 1970s, and as the camera pans across various magazine cutouts of different moods, tones, colors, and vibes, Griggs says that it helped the patients with their self-expression. There is a cutout that simply reads, "Suddenly it's going to dawn on you."
Very good.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
They had said that this room and another room that we'll see were designed by the production based on rooms from photographs that they saw.
Oh, damn.
And so what we see here is put together by probably the art department and the production designer, but it's very effective and it feels as lived in as the building.
Yeah.
It really does.
But Griggs admits that it's a little creepy. Accompanied by an eerie piano in the score, Gordon's eyes travel across the wall in front of him, from a photo of a family smiling in front of their home in outfits reminiscent of the 1950s, and over to a group of people laying dead in wooden coffins, simply labeled Night People. Don't like that.
No, not even a little bit.
I thought we were going to meet these night people.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to be the plague of the thing, of the hospital.
Are they led by the night man?
I hope not.
Me too.
But the men head outside, Griggs glancing at his watch and asking with their remaining time if they'd like to check out the cemetery he talked about earlier. He boasts over 750 bodies buried there. But at this moment, Phil realizes that he left a bag inside during their tour.
You what?
Yeah.
No, why? Oh, okay, that's fine. Hold. Can you wait for us right here? Me and my buddy are going to go back inside and get
No,
it.
we all.
Yeah, we're all going back inside.
No, you go back and get Detective Brass. No.
Yeah, he gave us the tour. We don't need you no more. Give me the keys or whatever, and then me and my crew will come in and look at it.
No.
It sounds like you're going to lock the door and keep the place.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
We left a bag inside.
It's like they live here now. It's like on The Simpsons, the squatters'
Oh,
rights.
right. I will say, frankly, whenever I looked up and I saw that it was chrysolite and not crocodite, I was like, are they really?
oh, okay.
That would be so clever
Yeah.
if that was what a twist was and you only knew if you knew that,
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
asbestos, and you're like,
Hold on.
you would know how to say
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
That would be very cool.
But when asked, Phil remembers that he left it in the middle of the bat wing, and Griggs is pleased, miming and mimicking the bat once again. Phil heads back inside as Griggs leads Gordon back to the car in the parking lot. He congratulates Gordon and his wife on the new baby, saying that he knows how long they both... But then he stops himself, just saying that he and his wife Elizabeth are so happy for him and Wendy. As the camera arcs around them, Gordon shows a photo of baby Emma to Griggs, and they both gush over the little darling.
She's cute as shit.
Oh, yeah.
That picture is adorable.
And the picture is very important.
Yes. Well, I was like, we're lingering. It's like we're looking over their shoulders at it.
You're like, this is more than just about seeing the new baby.
Yeah.
But Gordon suddenly cuts right through the small talk, telling Griggs that he'll match the Yankees' bid on the job. Griggs is all business, reminding him that this isn't how they normally do the bidding process. He says the deadline is Friday, which Gordon understands, telling Griggs that they can be in on Monday and out the following Monday, amending their previous estimate from 2 weeks to 1 week.
In 2 weeks, Phil was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Again, the desperation.
Mm-hmm. He says that he has 2 really good guys, and he'll even hire a 5th to accompany him and Phil and the other 2. Griggs is surprised by this new estimate, admitting that it is very fast. As he pops a piece of chewing gum into his mouth, he mulls it over. And after promising that he's good for it, Gordon puts it simply. He needs the job. He really needs this job. Back inside, Phil snags his bag from the seclusion room, another magazine cutout catching his eye. This one shows an ape on the left side holding what appears to be a tattered doll, juxtaposed on the right with a photo of an elderly woman holding a better kempt doll of her own. Tying the photo together is a quote from an article at the bottom. Everybody thought I was nuts. This is art.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why is this making me think of when they framed Hank's colon in that art gallery?
Because that was also art.
It was art. It was a statement.
Well, it's the dichotomous pairing.
Yeah, the juxtaposition of it. My thing, I'm mad at Phil because I'm like, not only did you leave your fucking bag behind, you left it in the scariest fucking room in the place.
Yeah.
Besides the room with the wheelchair. That was scarier. But what the fuck? And this room is so small. How did you walk out of here a bag light? I'm just side-eyeing you at this point.
Well, you might have gotten the shit scared out of you.
Okay,
yeah,
and then you're like, let's go.
Whoa.
Come on, guys. Let's get the estimate done or whatever.
Just want to leave.
Yeah, I got pants to change. I will say that this also is a bit of foreshadowing in a way. Mm-hmm. Because a lot of these things that you see in this room, it is about these pairings, split perspectives.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So,
And dolls.
Also true, yes. But later, Gordon sits in the van, looking at photos of himself, Emma, and Wendy, played by Linda Carmichael. So Linda Carmichael is Wendy in the photos, but we'll get another credit for Wendy in just a second.
Okay.
They said on commentary that Linda Carmichael was the sister of a woman who was in Peter Mullen's film My Name is Joe.
Okay.
Oh.
And she lived in the Boston area, and Peter Mullins knew her through her sister. It was like a whole thing, but that's how she got this small cameo, I guess.
All right.
Very cool.
But Gordon holds the photo in his hand, the gold band of his ring finger catching the light of the dim sun. He then hears the faint sound of a baby crying, and he looks out of his window to see Wendy out on their front porch with Emma sitting in a swing. Their dog begins barking incessantly, and Wendy scoops up a crying Emma to take her inside. She notices Gordon parked across the street, and they smile at each other before she heads inside. Gordon gathers his things, including groceries and a bouquet of roses. Wendy's voice, played by Sheila Stasak, echoes around him. Roses? They're lovely. What's the occasion, Gordon? This gives way to screams as we cut to black.
I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah. This was a little odd for me because when we do hear Wendy's voice, it's kind of, the only way I can describe it is kind of watery.
It sounded like Silent Hill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
So it almost made me feel like this wasn't, like, I don't know, I don't want to say not real.
Almost
but
like dreamlike?
Right.
It feels almost like a memory of her voice.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think maybe is the point, but the sound design was just so interesting. Mm-hmm. And the performance.
I'm like, is this what he's hoping she's going to say? Mm-hmm. That's because it's like, it had a completely different quality to anything else that was going on.
Yeah.
I do want to point out the roses.
Right.
The
Groceries?
Oreos in the bag. Mm-hmm. And a jar of Jif peanut butter. Mm-hmm. Not a sponsor. I would say a jar of peanut butter that's in a hurry.
Yeah.
Yes.
But the sound of screams match cuts to the sound of the generator outside of Danvers State Hospital, switched on and fully operational. We get on-screen text reading, Monday. The Shining.
Yeah.
The camera floats through the halls. Don't take a shot. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, no.
Keep going. The camera floats through the halls of the hospital, again, very reminiscent of The Shining, with large overhead lights beaming down from pillars. Hank, played by Josh Lucas, full of energy and wearing a white hazmat suit, finds Gordon in the poly-wrapped solarium.
He has done so much.
Yes.
He has been in so many things, but I am very sorry to say that every time I look at him, I see him in American Psycho talking about some fucking latkes.
Yeah.
Every time I see him, I'm like, I know that you've done so.
He has.
But this is where we go immediately.
Yes.
He plays assholes.
Yeah,
Yes.
and that's what I thought too. I was
It's
like,
like,
where do
cool
I
it.
know that guy from? And that's what it was.
Yeah.
American Psycho.
Mm-hmm.
But he was a nurse in Thinner.
Wow.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
He's in the movie Alive about the plane crash
Oh.
on the mountain.
Mm.
And then A Beautiful Mind.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, because I know his face, but I can never remember his name or like think. I'm like, I know that guy. I know who he is.
What's the one with Reese Witherspoon? Is it Sweet Home Alabama? I never saw it, but I remember the commercial. She's like, "You have a baby in a bar." That's all I know.
All right.
But he's in that.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah,
Somebody's nodding right now.
Yeah,
I know.
Let's go with that.
They know what I'm talking about.
You know, what's interesting is they had said that Brad Anderson, before he made this film, predominantly made rom-coms.
Oh, okay.
So this was a big departure because
Yeah.
this is not that.
No.
There is no baby in a bar.
No.
There's not a baby in a bar.
But Hank excitedly announces, muffled through his mask, that the generator is up and running. Gordon tells him to take the mask off, and Hank asks if the ACO levels are safe. Phil, still wrapping the room, responds, "Take the mask off, dickhead."
Okay, a lot coming in hot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which is, I get it when we find out in a second.
we
Yeah.
do. It starts rough.
But yeah, but this is when I'm like, okay, even when you were touring this with Detective Jim Brass, no gloves. Phil's fucking cutting shit from no gloves, no mask.
He snorts it. He's like, yeah, it's
Yeah.
his best.
It's a crocodile.
Yeah.
That's why he's seen crocodiles.
Yeah.
He's snorting it.
It's like, guys, we've got trouble.
We've got trouble. But I'm just concerned because these guys clearly know what they're doing. You know, I was just like, put a mask on.
Yeah.
But as Hank takes his mask off, Gordon gives him the order to go into the tunnel, hang up glove bags, and tag the ducks they looked at this morning with the green slime. So the glove bags in the tunnel are very important later.
Yeah.
But Hank asks if he means red slime because the ducks are hazards. Phil seems surprised that Gordon got it wrong, but Gordon just responds annoyed, "Yeah, red."
Dude's exhausted, man.
He's exhausted and also this shift already.
Yeah.
And we'll learn more, but I thought it was pretty subtle to start already.
Yeah.
Monday morning.
Yeah.
But Hank moves on from Gordon, heading over to Phil and telling him that someone named Amy says hi. Phil is immediately irritated, telling Hank, "Keep it up, dickhead."
That's a really fucking
Yeah.
shit.
It is. Hank says not to shoot the messenger. He's just relaying information. Amy told him as they were laying in bed this morning to say hello to Phil. Phil chuckles and then sternly warns Hank to keep it up as he breezes past him.
I'm like, oh, this is Mr. Steal Your Girl.
Yeah.
But I'm also, and I don't want to give anything away, but we do not ever see Amy.
Well, we see her like Tom and Jerry's mom.
Yeah, you're right. But I was a little, I was a little disappointed because
mom.
I really wanted to see the woman that dated both of these men.
Yeah.
I was dying to see her, and you get, I guess, some torso and leg.
Yeah,
That's about it. Yeah. This, I was kind of surprised. I understand that it's a very quick job.
Yeah.
We need to get people in on it as quick as possible and get going. But you know this, Gordon.
Yeah.
It's like, this is going to be a real easy week.
Yeah.
Like, are you fucking serious?
It's like, just stay away from me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Never interact. And But elsewhere in the hospital, Jeff, Gordon's nephew, played by Brendan Sexton III, carries a large stereo into the dining area, asking Mike, played by Stephen Jevden, how long he's been working with his uncle. So, firstly, Stephen Jevden, the co-writer of the film.
Yeah.
And I looked it up on IMDb
Okay.
because I was just curious to see if he had written anything else. But in his acting credits, he played Trelawney in Red Dead Redemption 2. Just surprising.
Yeah. I thought he sounded familiar.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
fucking cool.
I was like, man, I know that voice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Brendan Sexton III, I recognized him from Russian Doll,
Okay.
the TV show,
Mm-hmm.
El Camino,
Oh, okay.
and personally, I recognized him from The Killing as well, the TV series.
Okay.
Not the 1956 Stanley Kubrick film we talked about last week. But apparently he was also in 3 Billboards.
Oh, that movie was so
Okay.
good.
So he did look familiar.
Mm-hmm.
I remember he was in Empire Records from 95.
Oh.
And then he did an episode of Fact or Fiction.
Really?
I was like, I know this
That's
dude.
probably
Yeah.
where I recognize him from.
Not this time.
Not this time. That show was so good.
I tried to find the episode. I
man.
couldn't.
Why
so
they
good.
need to bring it back?
Yeah.
They have to.
There's no reason not to. But Mike says that he's worked with Gordon for 5 years, and Jeff asks if Gordon's a slave driver. Mike says that Gordon is very reasonable, but he, in fact, is the slave driver. But Mike shares his rules. Safety first, get the job done. Second, no drugs on the job. Interesting.
Yeah.
But loud rock music suddenly explodes from Jeff's stereo, which is now resting on a couple of cans of chemicals. Jeff offers a Homer Simpson-esque woohoo! And Mike asks, what the hell is that? I guess he's never heard music before, which is an interesting character quirk. But Jeff doesn't answer that question and instead asks if Mike is going to show him the ropes. Hank then enters the room, putting a cigarette into his mouth and asking if this is the new guy. Mike just responds, they call it Jeff, and that he's Gordon's nephew. Hank asks Jeff if Mike didn't tell him about the stereo, explaining that they can't use them. Hank lets Jeff in on his rules. Rule 1, music creates sonic vibrations, which jiggle what he refers to as spooge dust into the air. Come on. A little decorum.
I'm impressed that you included that in your script.
I didn't want
Yeah.
to. I thought it might be important. Thought it might come up later. Does not.
It doesn't.
No.
No, I've just embarrassed myself for no reason. But he says that it gets into the air, gets into your lungs, and he asks Jeff if this is the music he plans on listening to, because it could kill them all. He orders Jeff to put it away or play something else like Yanni or John Tesh. Hank exits, telling him that he'll see everyone at lunch as Jeff fearfully shuts off the stereo. He then asks, who's Yanni?
Come on, man.
Yeah.
So is this true?
I would imagine it is. I don't know. It is kind of funny to think that, well, these vibrations are bad, but those vibrations.
Yeah.
It almost feels like he's just trying to get his musical preference in there.
That's
Yeah.
that because of something that we hear later. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
But like I can understand, like logically that makes sense to me. The vibrations,
Yeah.
the good vibrations, if you will.
Feel
but-
them.
Feel it.
exactly. But I'm like, why did nobody stop this kid from bringing the stereo in here? And
Okay,
he's,
that's
Yeah.
he's got it cranked up, and Mike's like, so anyway. I'm
Yeah.
like, what? Why is nobody correcting
Well,
him?
he's like, music?
Yeah.
You call it music?
He was still a little mind blown. But I'm like, is it
Yeah.
because he's Gordon's nephew? But like, even so,
Oh.
it's a safety hazard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
And safety was his first rule.
It was rule
Yeah.
number 1. Yeah.
But that does explain why we see Hank wearing headphones so often.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I was like, man, I understand the rock music thing or whatever, it being loud
Uh-huh.
about it, the vibrations and all. I was like, okay, that makes sense. Like you were saying, babe.
Yeah.
But him always having the headphones on, I was like, okay, but you're listening to music too, but I guess that's not loud enough.
It's not out loud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm still going to listen.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I'm riddled with asbestos. It's too late for me. but you, young boy. But in a twisting shot from below, Gordon descends a fenced-in staircase, and we later find him outside on lunch, basking in the sunlight and resting on the back of his van. Hank sits jovial in a nearby wheelchair, sarcastically declaring this the perfect gig, saying that the next time someone says what they do is crazy, they can just retort that they work in an insane asylum. He's the comedian.
Yeah,
Yeah.
clearly.
Phil sits down on a nearby bench, remarking that Hank should be grateful that he's about to make some decent money. Hank assumes that they're making like $5 an hour, but Phil shares the unbelievable truth. Gordon arranged with the town for them to receive a $10,000 bonus. The only catch is that they must complete the job by next Monday. Hank likes the sound of the money, but he scolds Gordon, who he says knows that this is a 2-week job at least. It's wild to wait until the lunch break on the first day to tell them how long they have to do this job.
Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, Gordon must have put all his points into charisma because I don't know how he worked that deal out. But secondly,
And $10,000?
Yeah, no shit.
USA. But the fact that he waited until now to say something, I was kind of under the impression because he didn't tell Dude until they were outside and Phil went back in. I thought that they did not know. And I guess the rest didn't, but Phil did.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I never saw that conversation. I feel like Phil's reaction to Gordon even saying 2 weeks, he would have flipped his shit if he was like, no, I told him 1.
Yeah.
So I was surprised that Phil even knew.
Because there should be a moment of him being like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is true.
We should have definitely been knees to chest. We don't need to be fucking around with Jeff and like we need to get to work.
Yeah.
But then honestly,
burned half a day.
yeah, you doing that, it's like, dude, I've been half-assing it since breakfast.
Yeah.
Should have told me that this morning.
Would have sped up shit.
Yeah, I've been here since 8.
It's just not smart.
But as the car parks behind them and the security guard steps out of it, Hank asks if this is $10,000 a piece or $10,000 together, which is very important.
Yeah.
Extremely
Yes.
important.
How hard do I have to work?
Yeah, well. But still.
But that'd be 2, right?
Yeah, $2
Was there
grand.
5 of them?
Yeah.
That's not anything
No,
to
for
fucking.
a week of work?
Yeah.
A week of hard work.
A week of hard work. Wear your
Yeah.
fucking mask, though, please.
Yeah, let's please.
But get me in there.
Yeah.
No.
But
Call
that
my
was-
husband.
Give me $2,000.
Yeah, thanks. But that's
You're
on
brave.
that's on top of that's a bonus,
Yeah,
right?
it's a bonus.
So we're still getting
Oh.
paid too.
You know?
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yes, call me. Yeah, that's fine.
Not this hospital.
No.
No.
But Phil is immediately over it, saying that if Hank doesn't like it, he'll drive him to the airport himself. Gordon attempts to calm the tensions, but Hank asks, what about Amy? Is Phil going to take Amy to the airport too?
Why are you doing this?
I don't know.
The tension is hot. Somewhat. I want to know. Can we talk to, like you said, can we talk to
Yes.
Amy?
Yeah.
But he's like, you know what this needs? Gasoline.
Yeah.
What's odd
Stop.
to me is Phil's reaction. He's like, Amy does like to travel.
Yeah. He's
And
out
Hank-
Daddy Yankee. Yeah.
It's like, what? Hank, though, he's like, I know that.
Yeah.
Like, and it's just bickering.
He
Yeah.
needs you to know that he knows he
More.
knows her.
Right.
I knew her first, whatever. But it's it's too much. And Hank is too bold.
Yeah.
He, in all honesty, Phil has not brought up Amy once.
No.
No.
Not at all.
This has all been Hank. But the security guard gives them a key to the gate and asks the men what they think of the building, remarking that 15 years really does a number on a place. And it was wild because they did say the place closed in 85.
Mm-hmm.
And thinking of it, you're like, dude, yeah, this is from 2001. This isn't,
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
you know? It just made me think because in my head, I'm like, wow, this closed like 40 years
No.
ago. No, it
Yeah.
did not.
Yeah.
But he finds it hard to believe that over 2,400 patients were here at one point, and Jeff asks why it was closed down. The guard attributes it to budget cuts in the 1980s, what the federal government called deinstitutionalization. When asked if they dumped these folks on the street, the guard replies that that's what happened to some patients, but some also went to home care type programs. Hank cracks wise that the loonies are out in the real world, and here they are with the keys to the loony bin. He's the comedian.
I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
Can you just listen?
Wait, what about your eat that sandwich?
Yeah.
Shove it
fuck
in
up.
your fucking voice hole. But Mike, sat up against a tree and reading a book, mutters that it wasn't just the budget cuts. There was also the Patricia Willard scandal in 1984. The guard has never heard of this, so Mike sits up, explaining it all. Patricia Willard was committed here by her parents in the 70s for manic depression. But in the 1980s, new therapies evolved, including repressed memory therapy. Yeah. Psychiatrists thought that with these new techniques, they could release hidden memories of traumatic events. As he listens, Gordon just stares at his cell phone, the contact for home selected, but not making the call. Interesting. But Mike continues that Patricia, with the help of her doctors, recalls that when she was 10, she was sexually assaulted by her father, very frequently. He would wear a long black robe and drive her to a wooded area where her grandparents and her mother were. They would also be wearing black robes, and disgusting rituals would take place between them before finally they would sacrifice a baby. Patricia's mother would remove the heart, and they would then cannibalize their victim. But when Mike continues into further gruesome details, which are accompanied by shots of the empty halls of the hospital, insects flitting across the grass of the grounds, bees procuring pollen, and a spider attacking an intruder in its web, Gordon puts a stop to it all.
Gordon lets it go on for a very long time before he puts a stop to it, because it gets very crude.
Yeah.
Even for me, I was like, why would you use that word?
Yeah.
Very graphic.
But this kind of reminds me of the McMartin preschool.
Yes.
And the satanic panic of the 80s is endlessly fascinating and was very damaging and terrible. But I was like, that is real shit. That is factual shit that happened.
Yeah.
They use a lot of true crime cases in this film.
Yeah.
Kind of changing them a little bit. There is a big one that we cannot talk about yet.
Yeah.
But it's kind of interesting how they use this as kind of adding to this history of this building.
Right.
I don't know if any of this is related to Danvers, but it is more fleshing out of this building and kind of giving it an even darker kind of a...
For sure.
You know, and which is interesting because and I really appreciate this in a lot of films when they do it, is a lot of the horror takes place in daylight.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is a really interesting contrast when they do stuff like that.
And thinking about it, because that was my first note, was this shit really happened?
Yes.
Yeah.
And thinking about when this was, it's barely over 10 years that shit was happening in the 80s.
Yeah.
That's,
Seriously.
It's like, that wasn't too long ago. Motherfuckers were doing crazy shit out in the woods. It's like, were they? Or were you making up the story?
Yeah.
It's like, I don't...
It is anybody who has not delved into that, it is rough, but it is very interesting.
It's why they call it a panic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Jeff is scared shitless by this story, and the guard is surprised to learn that happened here. Mike says it happened everywhere, and he sums it up. Satanic ritual abuse syndrome, and it was very prevalent in the 1980s.
And it was.
He says it destroyed a lot of families. Patricia was ready to sue hers, and it was all set to go to trial, but then she dropped the suit. Her parents discovered medical records of an examination Patricia had undergone, which confirmed that Patricia was a virgin. None of it ever happened. The family countersued and won, so you combine that with the budget cuts, and here we are. Instruments whine in the score as the camera rises to the top of the hospital roof. And this is kind of the introduction of who Mike's character is.
Yeah.
I will say there is something I do appreciate kind of having this person who wants to investigate, because it does allow for us to see more of the history of this place.
Right.
But I think that they picked the wrong profession for what he does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not that profession doesn't do this.
Yeah.
No.
But I think that there are more suited to what Mike is like here.
His like field of expertise.
Yeah.
Right.
I do, like you said, like the inclusion of this though, because I identify most with his desire to learn more about what happened here and the people that were here.
For sure.
But I think now is a good time. I just wanted to point out that I really do appreciate, as far as narratively, this group, why they're here in this scary fucking place. I love Grave Encounters. They're there kind of poking the bear, you know?
Exploitative.
Right.
Exploiting the situation, and their very presence in that place is acknowledging paranormal, supernatural shit. These dudes are here to do a fucking job.
Yeah.
They're not here because they heard this place was haunted. They're not here to prove that this place is or isn't haunted. They're not here afraid that this place is haunted.
Yeah.
They have a fucking bananas deadline, and they're here to get a job done. And I feel like that is You don't see that a lot when this story is being told. You know, this type of story is being told. And I just think that it is, for me, it's scarier. Because it's like, yeah, you fucked around and you found out you wanted to go see ghosts. You saw fucking ghosts.
Yeah.
You wanted to go make fun of ghosts. You got your shit rocked. These dudes are not here for any of this. They're just trying to clean this fucking,
Yeah.
So I really wanted to acknowledge how much I love that aspect of this, because it is its own separate thing. That's not why these dudes are here. These are working dudes here to get a job done.
And I think that kind of changes everything that you feel about them as protagonists.
Yeah.
Because you're not like, oh, what the fuck are you? There's none of that. You are here by necessity.
Yes.
Yeah.
You are here because you need to be here because you need to be paid.
Yeah.
And even Mike getting into detail about what happened here and the lawsuits and the horrible, just it's all based in fact. These things happened here. This lawsuit happened here. This woman was brought, it's not, and some say that they still, it's not, we're not campfire. You know what I mean? I really like that. That's not the reason that we're here at all.
Yeah.
They really get that out of your system with Jim Brass.
Yes.
With his little jokes. And then from then on, it's just like, no, it's real shit from here on.
Yes. Yeah.
And they don't not even one person is like, oh, you think this place.
Exactly.
Even the kid.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah.
That is interesting.
To me, that adds a lot. It just adds more to it, because usually we're here because this place is so scary.
Right.
And they're not at all. That is not any part of what we're doing here. It's just fucking scary, on its own.
It does, and that is, I agree with that. It does bring the group and make it feel like an actual group.
Yeah.
If I was Jeff, I would not think twice about these people surrounding me, training me to work, or, oh, this is your crew? Fine. That's what it is.
Yeah.
This is my uncle. He owns this. You guys work for him. I work for my uncle, so I work for y'all. Let's go.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think twice that anyone is at a place.
And in this line of work, a place like this just comes with the territory.
Yeah.
So that is very, very interesting.
I just feel like it's very easy to have them here, or have the kid be like, I heard this place was fucking haunted, and I just feel like it's kind of easy at this point, and they don't do that.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what they talked about with the writing process, is not taking the easy way out.
Right.
And kind of giving these adults this reason to be here that they really can't leave.
Yeah.
And we made some big promises.
Yeah.
We're stuck here.
But walking around on the property later, Jeff asks Mike how he knew about the story of Patricia Willard, and Mike says that his dad was a lawyer on the case. Hank tells Mike not to be so humble, correcting that Mike's father is a state attorney general, and warns Jeff to watch his ass. He then redirects the conversation to Mike, asking, wasn't he supposed to carry the torch too? Tufts Law School? Mike suggests that Hank just drop it, but Hank continues, joking that Mike went to law school on the 1-year plan.
So you don't get along with anybody.
No.
Huh?
Yeah.
You're just a fucking asshole to everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Gordon's like, we need Hank.
Yeah. He's the best we've got. He's the best stuff. He's better than me. He's going to fucking own this place in about a year, dude.
Yeah. It's like, what the fuck?
But it is so funny because whenever he first arrives on the scene, he seems like he's so conscientious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just like, can I even take off my mask? Are the ACO levels proper?
Yeah.
But then he's just like, and then this asshole, he dropped out of law school. It's like,
And I'm
Jesus.
fucking his girlfriend.
Yeah.
I'm a piece of shit. Look at me. It's like, Jesus Christ.
What is
Like,
this?
why haven't they beat you up?
Literally. Why does Gordon keep hiring you?
He's the best.
Yeah. Right. He's good at his job, man.
But out front, Phil helps a very fatigued Gordon carry supplies into the building. He inquires about a phone call that he made over the weekend to invite Gordon out for drinks to celebrate their winning bid, a call that Gordon never returned. Gordon apologizes, attributing it to him attempting to catch up on sleep, and reiterating that Emma still has an ear infection. But Phil switches topics to business and expresses worry that they'll lose the bonus if they can't get the job finished by Monday. Gordon shrugs off all of his concerns, assuring him that they will.
We got Hank.
Yeah. I already told you.
Everything's going to be fine.
But he says that he knows where Phil is going with this, and sure, Jeff is young, but Gordon says that he's not as stupid as he looks, which is goddamn. Because he looks stupid.
We can all
Yeah,
agree.
we all know my nephew looks really stupid. It's like, Jesus Christ. Meanwhile, Jeff's busting his ass inside, trying to learn the ropes.
Poor kid, man.
But as it turns out, Phil isn't talking about Jeff. He says on Saturday at the celebration that Gordon didn't attend, Phil ran into a guy called Craig McManus. He told Craig all about the job and the bonus, and he says that he would leave Yankee in a second to come and work with them. Craig, as luck would have it, has more experience than Hank, and he gives a shit about his work, and he's not in love with Amy.
Oh my God.
That's the cherry, right?
But Gordon just reminds Phil of the duties of his job. Keep things on track and eliminate obstacles. Phil says that's exactly what he's trying to do, to eliminate an obstacle in Hank.
You just sound salty.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm eliminating my option.
Yeah.
He's like, we dated for 3 years, and then
Let's fire him off the job and maybe let's kill him.
I'm
Holy
not
shit.
against it, dude. Let's fill his body with asbestos. Let's make him more asbestos than man,
Make him an asbestos pinata.
and just
And then we get the job done.
see what happens.
Fill him with the Crocs.
But Gordon can't believe his ears, reminding Phil that they're talking about Hank here. Which, dude, I'm sorry, but
I
even,
love Hank.
Yeah.
it literally makes no sense to me because even what we see of Hank, he'll work for 5 minutes and like, I'm going to take a smoke break.
Yeah.
He doesn't really do much.
I'm going to take a
No.
smoke break and tell everybody's business to the new kid.
Well, on the cool. A couple of them do that.
Yeah.
That is
yes. Yeah.
That is fair. But Gordon assures Phil that if he thought Hank was a liability, he'd let Phil sack him, but he's not. Phil doesn't agree, but Gordon says that he doesn't care. He suggests they finish building the decontamination chamber, and Phil reluctantly follows him. We cut to Gordon and Phil in their white hazmat suits down in the basement tunnels. Gordon sees some simple and hilarious graffiti. Satan rules. And he sprays red slime all over it. I think, again, when we're talking about this idea of a satanic panic,
Yeah.
and then we see the Satan rules graffiti, it's another misdirection.
Right.
Yes.
We think that there's some kind of cult here.
Yeah.
Or something, you know? But back in the dining area, Jeff rides some kind of asbestos cleaning mobile, which I learned later from the subtitles is called a floor scraper.
Oh.
All right.
But he rides it around the room. It almost looks like a lawnmower.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
a riding lawnmower, which I think they compare it to later. I'll keep going.
Yeah.
But he rides it around the room to the frantic and critical guidance of Mike. Eventually, the power to the vehicle cuts off, and Mike tells Jeff to hang out as he exits the room into the massive kitchen. After checking the outlet and seeing no issues with it, Mike proposes that Jeff go and check out the breaker downstairs. Jeff's nerves rise within him, claiming that he can't do that. When asked why, Jeff confesses that he has nyctophobia, a fear of the dark. Graciously, Mike offers to check the breaker box instead, and Jeff thanks him. This surprised me.
Yeah.
It is shockingly compassionate.
Yeah.
I appreciated it, but I was surprised as well.
Yeah.
I thought he'd be like, get the fuck down there. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
And
He's
not-
like, oh, okay, I get it.
I know that not everyone is Hank, but I really did think he was going to react that way.
Yeah.
Well, this is the environment that we have seen.
True.
So, yeah, I that was nice.
It is, and again, it lends to making them feel like real
Yeah.
a team. You know
yeah.
what I mean?
They're not caricatures.
Yeah.
But Mike heads downstairs into the basement, following a trail of long cables stretching down the staircase. After looking around a bit, Mike snags an overhead light and finds his way into an old office marked staff only. He hangs the light overhead on a chain and begins looking through papers on a desk. So I will say that there is a very subtle green light in this room.
Mm-hmm.
And I was listening to this featurette where they had the cinematographer, Uda Brizovitz.
Mm-hmm.
And she was talking about how a lot of ideas came to them on set
All right.
based on the environment. And so there are a lot of plants in the window when the sunlight is cast through.
Mm-hmm.
And when they catch the green of the plants, it turned the room a subtle hue of green.
Oh,
And so she thought, well, what if we add a little bit more subtle green light, and that's just the vibe of this room.
Yeah.
And so she did that so often throughout the entire shoot where they're just kind of improvising and coming up with these ideas, and they're all very successful to me.
Yeah.
I love that.
But she was talking about shooting so much in natural light and just being so inspired by the vibe of the building.
Mm-hmm.
The movement of the camera, I thought, was very, very evocative of John Alcott's work with Stanley Kubrick.
Okay.
Like, it feels like The Shining.
Yeah.
It feels like A Clockwork Orange.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, it's just very interesting to see these movements. Every time they brought up Kubrick on the commentary, they would kind of, like, try to move past it because they're like, yeah, we get it, we've done it.
Yeah.
It's basically the same thing.
Right.
But I did want to talk about Briezowitz's filmography because it's pretty fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
She worked a lot with Anderson in film and TV, but Anderson directed, I think, 1 episode of The Wire, but she was the cinematographer for 29 episodes of it.
Ooh.
Oh, damn.
And she did a ton of episodes of random TV shows, like she did True Blood, like a ton of stuff.
Okay.
She also shot Walk Hard.
That's great.
That's hilarious.
But she's a director in her own right, and she directed just recently one of the new episodes of Black Mirror.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
very nice.
One last thing about the cinematography. They talked about shooting the film on digital, but it was 24 frame per second HD cameras,
Okay.
which kind of mimic the frame rate of film. And so it gave them the opportunity to use natural light so much and have it affect the picture like film.
Right.
And so there are a lot of shots, especially of the building itself, that feel very much like it was shot on film, but this film was shot digitally.
Wow.
Damn.
And they say that this is one of the first films to be shot on a 24p HD camera.
Okay.
That's badass.
Yeah.
But when the light that Mike hung begins to dim, he looks up at it, and in the line of his sight, he discovers a box marked evidence amongst a large stack.
That's suspicious.
Yeah.
That's weird.
He immediately reaches for it, toppling over other boxes to retrieve it. He sets it down and with a box cutter slices through the orange tape sealing it shut. As he does, we match cut to Gordon slicing through a piece of poly sheeting and accidentally cutting his finger. When Mike continues, opening the box in slow motion, the sound of a woman's scream echoes, and elsewhere in the facility, dust is kicked up into Hank's eyes, foreshadowing.
Right.
Yeah.
But Mike reaches inside the box. I will say this all feels very supernatural.
It does. Right now.
Because he was clearly drawn to this box.
Yeah.
Like, he was lured to the box. The
He
light
was.
was like right here.
Yeah.
I think, because we didn't talk much before, but I think this is a big moment for John Paul and his mixed feelings about the
Yeah,
film.
because I like this. I like this whole little sequence of what's happening. He's tearing open the box. At the environment around him, everything is reacting to him opening this box.
It feels like almost like, I don't know why, but it feels like the Necronomicon a little bit.
Yes.
I was
Right?
thinking that or Cabin in the Woods.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, where it's like everything's going wrong around this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, huh.
Yeah, interesting.
Well, let's open it.
But sometime later, the group reconvenes outside after their first day of work is completed. Mike wipes his eyes as he puts his jacket on, and Phil joins Gordon at the back of the van, informing him that Mike needs another hour because the carburetor of the generator is acting up. Gordon allows it, but says that he doesn't want anyone sticking around after dark. No one has issues with this plan.
Hell no.
No, not at all. But I'm like, so we have to get this done in a third of the time that we need to get it done, and we can't work after dark?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why'd we hang these lights then?
I mean,
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
Let's just do it. But Phil congratulates the group on a good first day, and Hank chimes in that if it keeps up like this, they'll all be dead by Monday. Interesting.
Yeah.
sir.
Why would you?
Sir?
Why would you say that
Yeah.
in the first place? You've been slacking off all day anyway. You'll be fine. You'll be going home
like,
more chipper than when
yeah,
you arrived.
We've all been working hard, right, guys?
But Phil smacks Hank on the head, earning a fuck you from Hank, but he leaves the group unfazed. Mike stands at the generator, watching as the red van pulls out of the parking lot. But sometime later, in the fog of dusk, the camera travels through a graffiti-filled hall to find Mike downstairs in the old office, feeding an old taped recording that he found in the evidence box into an audio reel to listen to it.
So that's why you needed extra time.
Yeah. And who the fuck told you to do that?
Literally. I'm like, shouldn't he be working?
Yeah.
And again, I am all for...
Dude, honestly, like, as this continues, it's like, we're a man short.
Yeah.
Where's Mike? I'm all for listening to this. I would want to hear every single word, but probably not while I still have to be here for the next 6 days.
And I gotta be honest, dude, this shit you can take with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the cool.
Yeah.
And I know you said it, I mean, a couple minutes ago, but again, Evil Dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are we doing this? We don't need to listen to this
And you're
right now.
alone in
Yeah,
here.
fuck no.
I think that lends credence more to the fact that they are like, this place isn't haunted.
Yeah.
Like, they're just not even dealing with that thought.
Right.
I would.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Mike finally gets it to play properly, and we hear the voice of a doctor played by Lonnie Farmer. The doctor tells Mary Hobbs, his patient played by Urian Hughes, that he knows this is difficult, which is why he's here to help. Mary sobs on the recording that she misses someone named Peter, and Mike lifts the case of the recording, finding its label, Session 1, Hobbs, Mary, Diagnosis, DID, Alters, the Princess, Billy, and Simon. Diagnosis. I don't think that was the term at the time,
No.
but we'll allow it.
Yeah.
This is when I was like, oh.
Mm-hmm.
The title.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll get even more in a second.
Yeah.
But the doctor prompts Mary to try to remember what happened 22 years ago on Christmas night in Lowell. Mary remembers that that's where they grew up, but says nothing happened that night. The doctor corrects her. Something did happen, which is why they're having these sessions to help her remember. As Mary insists that nothing happened, Mike's eyes scanned the taped sessions he found in the evidence box. Session 1, Session 2, Session 3, all the way up to Session 9.
Okay.
As Mary continues to sob, the doctor notes her extreme agitation and the fact that she's putting her fingers in her mouth. It's like, who are you, the narrator?
It's really unsanitary, dude. Don't do that.
He gets her attention again, but suddenly, the voice of a little girl responds, "Have you seen our doll, Mr. Doctor?" Mike looks startled as the doctor asks who he's speaking with. The little girl just responds that Mary got a China doll from her mommy, and they can't find it. The doctor tells Princess that he doesn't know where it could be, but maybe Billy knows where her China doll is. It makes me think of Zodiac when Toski's like, that's classified. I can't tell you anything.
Yeah.
But maybe Melvin Bell, I could.
It's like, listen, the breadcrumbs.
Yeah.
Yes. But Mike returns to the listed name of Alters, now having heard 2 out of the 3. Princess just laughs and answers, "Silly Billy." But the doctor presses on, asking Princess what happened on Christmas 22 years ago in Lowell. Princess remembers that they got presents. Mary got a pretty China doll, and Peter got a big old knife. Accompanying a shot of the wheelchair in the middle of the hallway in the ward, Princess continues that Mary's mommy and daddy went to sleep, and then they played upstairs. Peter turned off the lights and hid, and Mary tried to find him. We hear children giggling, and the tape continues over a montage of shots. Jeff showering at home, Hank sitting in a chair with a beer while watching television and being yelled at by Amy, who, as we said, is shot like
Yes.
Tom and Jerry's mom.
Yes.
And we see Phil sitting alone in a crowded bar. The doctor asks who was playing upstairs, and Princess shares that it was Mary, Peter, and Billy. When asked if Billy told her what happened that night, Princess says that Billy only tells her nice things, like that she's pretty. He asks her if Simon was there that night, but Princess doesn't know about Simon. We then see Simon's name in a tight shot on the list of alters, cross-fading to a very somber Gordon sitting in his van in the rain outside of his house. Interesting transition?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Princess yawns that she's tired, and the doctor proposes that he could speak to Billy instead, but learns that he's asleep. Cars speed past Gordon in both directions, and he turns his attention to a stain on his pants. He groans a scream, and we see what appears to be an ornate pacifier hanging on his rearview mirror as cars and headlights creep by blurrily through the rain.
This is a lot to unpack.
Mm-hmm.
But there's still several ways that this could go.
Yeah. It's still very up in the air which direction we're even going in.
Yeah.
I will say it was nice of the doctor to add the sounds of that Christmas night in Lowell.
That was really, it was an immersive experience.
Yeah, he's like, whoever listens to this, I want him to feel like surround sound.
The production value is
really feel the story.
out of this world.
But the next day, we see a high-angle shot of Danvers State Hospital, and we get on-screen text reading, Tuesday. Inside, the camera pans across plastic sheeting to the sound of the generator and the atmospheric music of the score. The men are hard at work among plastic-covered walls, working earnestly to rid the ceiling of asbestos. Gordon randomly breaks away from the group, staring outside of a window over to an old awning adorned with 4 crucifixes. There, he hears the same voice that he heard in the ward, calmly stating, "You can hear me." Phil bangs on the ceiling to get Gordon's attention, confused by his random distraction before getting back to work. I did want to talk about the production design very quickly, because so much of it obviously was done already.
Right.
You rock up to this place and it's literally the perfect setting.
Yeah.
But you also do have these moments where you're like, oh, they had to wrap all this place.
Yeah.
They had to make it appear as if work has been done.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it takes more work than just doing things that are already here.
Right.
And so I did want to highlight the production designer is a woman named Sophie Carlian. And she was actually in the art department on Castle Rock, the TV series.
Ooh.
Dexter New Blood.
All
Okay.
right.
And What Lies Beneath.
Hell
Hey,
yes.
There you go.
But in the kitchen and the dining area, Jeff proclaims to Mike that the generator is gassed up and running. Mike is pleased to hear this, but he says, "Put your mask on, princess."
Princess?
Yeah.
Jeff balks at being called princess, and Mike reacts confused as if he didn't say it.
Mm-hmm.
This is where I think it's leading in a certain direction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it does not, and there's no other moment like this.
See, and I enjoy this because he's genuinely confused. He's like, don't fucking call me princess. And he's like, what?
As if he didn't.
Yeah, he didn't. And if he did, he, like you said, he was not aware that he did.
Yeah. Huh.
But Jeff, noticing the drama from yesterday, asks Mike what the deal is with Phil and Hank. Joining Jeff in the dining area, Mike sighs that Hank stole Phil's girlfriend. It's a nightmare, and Jeff doesn't want to get involved, and he especially doesn't want to get on Phil's bad side and get all the grunt work. But in the tunnels, Hank, listening to music in his headphones, sprays red slime over several of the overhead ducts, but stops dead in his tracks when he notices something shiny on the floor. He picks it up, discovering that it's an old silver coin from 1884. He looks around, removing his hood, when he finds yet another coin from 1883 as he continues down the hall. Switching on his flashlight, he notices something lodged in a brick wall, dropping to his knees to retrieve it. Under a loose brick, he finds about 6 more antique coins. With a tool, he dislodges the loose brick from the wall, and immediately upon removing it, a waterfall of silver coins pour from the opening, very reminiscent to striking it big at a slot machine.
My note is jackpot.
Yeah.
But maybe pull up your mask if you're going to be digging in the wall.
Thank you.
The lack of... I was stressed out for a lot of this. I'm like, you guys know better.
Yeah, especially where he's at down there in that small corridor, and he's spraying for what they need to come and clean.
That's what I'm saying. What color are you spraying that?
Yeah.
Red, right?
It's a hazard.
Yeah.
And he's like...
And is that real silver? Let me sniff it.
Yeah. Put it in my mouth real quick. It's like, what are you doing?
It tastes like it's from 1883. And the mask thing is weird because he was the one that was on about it earlier.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are some confusing moments of characterization here, I will say. But Hank is overjoyed, sifting through all the coins and finding what appears to be a toe tag attached to a silver ring. he just beams a smile, sliding it onto his finger.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Don't you think I see this? What's on the other side of that wall?
Yeah.
That's the first thing I think.
That part.
That, and remember, dude said his wife was the town historian, wasn't she?
Yep.
Maybe let's get them over here.
Yeah. Yeah.
The thing that they had mentioned on commentary was that they had thought their idea of this is that there was some morgue worker who was robbing the bodies, and he stuffed all of these coins into the wall so that he could pick them up later.
Okay.
To me, I'm like, oh, this is supernatural.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And once we learn a little bit more about Hank, I'll explain what I think is going on.
Okay.
Or what I thought was going on, and I was completely wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was like, that finger's going to fall off. That's what I was thinking when he put that ring on. But his eyeball said ka-ching, and he was not. I don't know. Maybe I'm overly cautious, but no.
And that's got to be bad vibes to put on a...
That's, yes.
Yeah.
Like, that's something not good, I'd say.
But not...
I'm going to go out on a limb.
Bold statement.
Yeah, but not only that, if we're going back to their grown-ups who don't believe in ghosts, they don't think this is haunted, this is nothing.
You're right.
You know better how old this is, how old this building is, what you are cleaning, and then like you said, babe, you're spraying the red.
Yeah.
Now you're in the wall, you find this, and you take off your gloves, your mask, you bite the coin, you're like, oh, dude.
It's real silver.
Yeah. Take it then, put it in something, go clean it.
There's gold in them there walls.
I think he finds a fucking tooth. He's like, oh, that'll fit.
Yeah.
He's like, what?
I was missing a tooth.
Yeah.
How did the wall know? But just then, Phil calls him on his radio. Hank responds after a moment, Phil coldly ordering him to work with Jeff and Mike after lunch. But Hank, still in mild disbelief at what he's witnessed, accepts the order. He stuffs the coins back into the wall and replaces the brick, the camera pulling back from the other side and into the dim morgue that Griggs told them about, but they never saw. And again, this feels almost, not even almost, it feels ghostly.
Yeah.
But this is not something that really comes into play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is not a location where I think we even see the men go.
Yeah, at all. It looks like an incinerator when they're back, when the camera's backing away up from the other side.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
I think it is on the opposite side. I thought that's what you were getting to earlier.
Oh, no.
Yeah, on the opposite side of the wall. Yeah. It's,
But yeah, you would think, but yeah, we never come back.
Mm-hmm.
That's even worse.
Yeah.
It is.
But at lunch outside, which Phil paid for with Gordon's wallet, it seems, Phil asks Gordon and Jeff where Mike is, learning that he's in the equipment room looking for lost cartridges. Annoyed, Gordon reminds Phil that he didn't want anyone wandering around the facility by themselves. He never said that.
He didn't. And we've been doing that this whole time.
Yeah.
Everyone's been wandering around by themselves.
Pretty much.
But Phil assures him that it won't happen again. But Hank calls out, asking if Phil bought the scratch tickets that he wanted. So it's established now that Hank kind of has a gambling problem.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I thought that the wall, the jackpot that we saw, quote unquote,
Yeah.
this is hell. This is using these men's vices against them in this building.
Okay.
Speaking to them personally.
Yeah.
So I thought this was the first one, and then each one we were going to see one of their weaknesses.
Right.
Or something. And weakness is very important.
Yeah.
Very much. Yeah, dude. And I love shit like that. Like with
As above, so below.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like that, but just a building.
Yeah.
But that is not where this goes at all.
No.
So I just thought it was very weird that it was tailored to Hank and no one else.
I was just a little caught off guard. And I guess I shouldn't have been because dude has been out of pocket since we've met him. But the fact that he's like, hey, did you get my fucking scratch? It's like,
dude.
How dare you? Especially now that we know the situation between the two of them.
Right.
Even more surprising, after he asks if he got the scratch-offs, Phil goes, got him right here, Bubba. I was like, Bubba?
Yeah.
That is way too affectionate for one.
Right here, my love.
I was like, what?
What?
I thought you hated him.
Yeah.
Were you trying to get him fired?
Yeah.
Not Papa.
But then we learn that not only did he get the wrong tickets for Hank, but he crumples one up and throws it on him.
He wiped his ass with it.
Yeah.
It's like you're a winner. But Hank gives him the bird as a result of the ticket mashing, I guess. Crumpling.
Mashing.
But we then see that Mike is actually in the office again, listening to the tape of session 5.
Are you getting any work done?
No.
Yeah.
He's already on season 5.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude.
So this is where I kind of thought, I was like, maybe if it was a journalism background or a psychology background.
Yeah.
Okay.
To where it's this specific field that he's interested in.
Well, even if it's if you make it even a medical background,
Or
this
that.
is and then you know the files,
Yeah.
you know what to look for, you know what procedures they're doing because you're learning about it.
Yeah. And I know there's like a ridiculous amount of research that goes into being a lawyer.
Of
Yeah.
course.
But at the same time, I feel like when you could have picked anything for his profession
Yeah.
or his aspired profession,
Yeah.
Right.
it feels like it would fit more for it to be more investigative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm just a curious cat.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with my
That's why
degree.
my friends call me Whiskers.
Yeah. I thought your name was Mark, dude. Or some shit like that.
Oh.
It's
Mike.
Whiskers.
Yeah, it's like, actually, it's Mike.
Yeah,
Mike,
we're close.
Yeah, Mike or Whiskers is
Yeah,
I'll answer.
One of the two.
But Mark,
it.
no. On the tape, Mary can hardly speak through her sobs, and the doctor remarks that she's entering a dissociative state, rubbing her eyes and switching personalities. Phil calls Mike on the radio for lunch, and Mike answers that he'll be up in a minute. But suddenly, Mary's sobs stop, and the voice of a little boy answers the doctor's pleas with, "Hello, sir."
He's a lovable chimney sweep.
It's a regional dialect.
He's a character, man.
The doctor recognizes him as Billy, asking how he's been. Billy responds that he's never been better, sir. The doctor asks where the princess lives, and Billy says that she lives in the tongue because she's always talking. But Billy, he lives in the eyes, which he says the doctor knows why. We press in on the list of alters again. It's like, we got it. We know who.
Yeah.
No, we remember.
It's 3 names. I mean, really. But the doctor requests a reminder. Why the eyes? As we cut away to a shot of Hank lying on a bench and smoking a cigarette, the rest of the men at lunch, Billy answers, "Because I see everything, sir." And I will say, talking about eyes and then a shot of Hank.
Yeah.
Interesting. But when asked where Simon lives, we don't get an answer, instead returning to the men and their lunch. And I bet that answer will be scary as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This little teaser. If I was a betting man. But Jeff is looking through a large old book that he found under some boxes, asking what mortified pride means, because 3 people were committed here for that reason in 1889. And I don't know what that means either, honestly.
I looked it up. It says to humiliate or shame as by injury to one's pride or self-respect.
So is it there, or did they do that to another person?
Yeah.
It sounds like them, but I don't know. Again, a lot of these seem like trumped up charges when they're talking about, and I don't want to take it there, but I wonder how many of these were women that were admitted with these conditions, quote unquote.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I was like, I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
That
I didn't
happens to me
understand.
every day, dude. No,
Yeah.
and I'm out here. I don't know.
Fighting for my life. But we're here.
We are here. You know what? Actually, Mortified Pride would be a great band name.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, all right.
Yeah.
Someone's going to steal it.
Yeah.
And they can have it
Oh, okay. Well,
with
that-
love.
It's very gracious of you. It's very big of you, Nay. But Mike joins the group, admonished by Gordon for his tardiness. Mike apologizes, claiming that he couldn't find any cartridges and that he'll have to go purchase some. He was never looking for any cartridges.
No!
But Phil snags the book from Jeff, reading that 17 people were committed here due to disappointed expectations. And he wonders aloud if they're talking about Hank.
Yeah.
But I'm like, again,
Yeah, what?
we all belong in there
Yeah.
for one thing or another. Because come on.
We're all going through it.
So what? You showed me this place and I wasn't excited. Like, this is not what I was expecting.
Like, get him.
Yeah. And you stay here now. So
You weren't expecting this shit.
That was very disappointing.
we're also going to mark you down for surprise.
Yeah. Right, his pride's hurt. Get him.
Yeah.
Right, take him to the bath.
Jesus. Dude, medicine was fucking...
Yeah.
Just-
what
It's
the
really
fuck?
scary.
It's unbelievable.
It's genuinely scary.
But Jeff asks what you'd have to do to be committed these days, and Hank sits up, answering bluntly, you'd have to kill someone. Gordon disagrees, saying that you'd go to prison instead, and Phil counters that would only happen if you get caught. Hank cites John Hinckley, temporary insanity plea. The knowledgeable Mike shares that plea rarely works because people are cognizant of their actions when they murder. He says homicide implies motive. But Hank taunts Mike, asking how he ever failed law school. Jeff joins in, suggesting that Mike might be a lobotomy case. It's like, you need to do not take after Hank
Yeah.
in work or personal.
Yeah.
No. But it's like, when a new person starts at work and you're like, no, don't hang out with them. Fuck. No, I got another one. This felt like that.
And you do find that oddly in friend groups where Jeff, if he's more comfortable with Mike but trying to earn the favor of Hank,
Yeah.
is going to go in on Mike.
Yeah.
Because it's like, we're already comfortable.
Yeah.
But I need this dude on my side.
For sure.
For some reason.
Well, I mean, maybe if I'm laughing at
Yeah.
people with you, you're not going to fucking make fun of me.
Because you're
Okay.
on
Because
everyone's ass.
everyone.
Yeah, that's true.
But Jeff takes a mouthful of soup and lets it drip from his mouth in a false stupor until Mike seizes him, putting him in a choke, and pretends that he's going to jam a chopstick into his eyeball.
Well, Gordon should have fired him just for that disgusting display he just put
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, you can't eat lunch with us anymore.
No.
Yeah.
In fact, you can't eat lunch.
Yeah.
No more lunch breaks for the rest of the week.
And then we're going to admit you for being hungry.
Yeah.
But Gordon tries to put a stop to it, and Mike assures him that he's just messing around. Jeff chuckles incessantly as Mike holds the chopstick, explaining the steps of the ice pick method. Insert a thin metal pipette into the orbital frontal cortex and enter the soft tissue of the frontal lobe. Then it's just a few simple smooth up and down jerks to sever the lateral hypothalamus, which will result in a rapid reduction of stress for Jeff. As the men look on, Mike continues that the total time elapsed for the procedure would be 2 minutes, and the only side effect would be a black eye, and the recommended treatment, sunglasses.
Interesting.
Interesting.
But I'm like, okay, Dr. Vaniket.
Yeah.
Like, who just, come on. That was a lot.
It
is.
He took it too far.
Yeah.
It was way too far.
And then it's just like, we're just fooling around. And if I put this fucking thing in your eyeball, here's how I do it and what it would do to you.
But see, and I do like this, but it also confuses me because is he repeating this because the hospital told him, like a ghost is telling him this or feeding this information or something? Or again, you're not an attorney. If you were in a different field, this would be more comfortable you saying that.
Right.
Well, he's sitting there fucking around with these tapes, and you do wonder, you're like, is this like bleeding into?
Yeah.
But, I don't know. And maybe that is a little bit of a misdirection or an attempt to intentionally confuse the audience.
Right.
So that's the blanket statement that I have to explain almost everything.
Okay.
Is I think that they went wild with red herrings.
Okay.
That is what I think. And I think that they are intentional. And I think that they're supposed... For horror audiences, we have seen a lot of things done again and again and again. And them saying that they wanted to make something different than the films that were coming out at that time only makes me think that I'm right, because there are things where we are so astute in being students of horror that we're like, oh, that's going to come back. Oh, that's going to mean something. Oh, so you're getting possessed. You're getting transformed by listening to those. And even stuff in pictures and in comments about something else that we'll get into in a minute. It feels like they are like, you don't know what the fuck is going on, but you're going to think that it's 12 other things except for the one thing that it is. And I think that your enjoyment of this movie really depends on whether you like that shit or you don't.
Okay.
Because I think it's very intentional, and I think that they are fucking with the audience and making you think, no, it's that. No, it's that. No, it's this one,
I think that I can appreciate that to a point.
Yeah.
Because I think that there are a lot of times where you're like, oh, this red herring here, this red herring there, and I was just completely blown away by the ending.
Yeah.
But then there are some times that you're like, okay, why are we specifically targeting Hank's gambling addiction?
Mm-hmm.
And this means nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's just kind of, I don't know. That thing I would like to mean more.
Mm-hmm.
Fool me.
Yeah.
Trick me, surprise me. But if something is that specific,
Yeah.
gotta let it mean something.
And there's more than one thing.
Yeah, that is true.
That's why I'm like, there's no way that all of this was incidental. I think that this is what they meant to do.
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
But Hank applauds Mike's weird performance, and Phil urges everyone to get back to work. I would be put off my lunch after seeing the soup thing, too.
Yeah.
I get it. But in the kitchen, working with Mike and Jeff, Hank repeats what he said earlier, but with more sincerity. He says that Mike really shouldn't be working here, and his brain would be of better use elsewhere. Mike doesn't respond directly, just replying that he needs to get apart from Gordon's van, and tells Hank to make sure to help Jeff if he needs it. Before he leaves, Hank tosses Mike his radio to take with him, and continues working with Jeff, pushing the floor machine thing into the dining room area. Hank tells Jeff that it's basically like a lawnmower, and to just push it to the center of the room and just start there. I am a little confused here because Jeff was already using it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are a couple moments like this, and I'm like, man, that would have fit better elsewhere. There's one line that is so like, oh shit, but the oh shit is lost because it was said before something was revealed. It's very odd.
Mm.
But we'll get there in a minute.
Okay.
But despite just returning from a break, Hank plans to step out for a smoke break. Soul Ecstasy by the Inner Thumb plays on Jeff's stereo, and Mike turns it up, dancing to it for a moment before asking Jeff if he knows what a whale is.
So the baby making music doesn't bother the asbestos.
No.
It's all about preference.
Oh, okay.
No.
They
I
like
don't-
that.
It
Yeah.
lays
Okay.
down.
Got it.
But to answer his question, Jeff obviously knows what a whale is, but Hank provides him with another definition of the term, a big-time gambler. Hank explains that he has a friend that deals out at Foxwoods, and that one time there was this guy who had the house down $300,000 after 12 hours of gambling. And as he left the casino, he gave his car keys to Hank's friend, keys to a Porsche 911. Hank adds that was just the tip. Yes, guys. Yes, the tip of his penis is what I'm saying. Jesus fucking Christ.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
You laughed. I'm trying
It was
to,
about something else.
dude. For people who work in the service industry, to laugh at
You
the
mean
word
me?
tip is wild. I can't even believe this shit.
Wow.
It was the way it was used.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. It's always about that, I think. Anyways, Jeff is amazed, but doesn't see the point until Hank clarifies. Have an exit plan. He says if you stick with this job too long, the stress will get inside of you and mess you up. Hank breaks off a piece of asbestos-laden drywall, suggesting that already a small piece of this may already be in Jeff's lungs, incubating, and the tissue growing around it like a pearl, like a time bomb. And by the time Jeff hits 30, boom.
Okay.
How long you been here, dude?
Yeah.
He also said he'll be drowning in lung fluid.
Yeah.
That's just to add it there. I like this as a metaphor for what happens to another character.
Yes.
Okay.
But this is wild for his second day.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we know how dangerous this is.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just the lack of safety precautions for some of these guys. That
Yeah.
is.
He broke it off right there.
Yeah. He's like, look at this. I was like, what?
He's like, if you eat it like this. He's like, no. Jeff,
What are you?
or Mike? No, Hank.
What are you, somebody's mom?
Yeah. Well, Jeff's always fucking up, and so it's there in my brain to say it more.
It's just, what are you trying to prove?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And even something that he says later on, I'm like, that doesn't make any sense.
Makes sense to him.
No.
But Jeff looks on fearfully as Hank tells him that he's not even wearing a mask now. Jeff feverishly puts it on, but notices that Hank isn't wearing a mask either. Hank shares that he's learned to sublimate his fear because he has an exit plan.
Listen, is the exit plan
Death
the fucking...
Yeah, what are you talking
Death
about?
by asbestos, I think. What the hell are you saying?
Yeah.
This is what I'm like, that makes no sense.
No.
It's not like, oh, I've just learned not to be afraid of the asbestos.
Yeah.
It's still gonna get in there. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter if you're afraid of it or not. And I have an exit plan.
Asbestos isn't a tulpa.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
The asbestos is more scared of you than you are. That's not how this does not apply here. And you having an exit plan is not going to do you any good if you're taking 2 lungs full of asbestos with you.
No.
Yeah. Maybe he's got those things inside like Fry that heal him and fix them back again.
It's like, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Don't even worry about it.
I ate an egg sandwich at a gas station.
Yeah, I'm going to be fine.
But Hank asks Jeff if he thinks Mike reads all those books for fun, revealing that he doesn't and that is Mike's exit plan. It's like just he thinks that it's impossible to read.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think he actually likes to read?
Yeah.
Here, let me drop some science on you, sir. But he says that he'll eventually get out of here, go back to law school, and be a part of important cases and make his dad proud. As Hank continues, we find Mike in the back of Gordon's van. As he snags the part he was looking for, he discovers something else. A scattered bouquet of roses, loose petals resting in a sludge of red slime from a nearby canister. Interesting.
Very.
As Phil walks around the facility, Hank says that Phil also has a stress reducer and an exit plan, and he's sure Phil will tell Jeff all about it someday.
I don't think he will.
Yeah.
No, that will not happen.
Why?
But he exhales the smoke from his cigarette, remembering Jeff's Uncle Gordon. He asks if Jeff knew that if they didn't secure this job, Gordon would have had to shutter the business. Hank reveals that unfortunately, Gordon can't have an exit plan. Fiber has been his life, always. It was over there, and it is here. He asks Jeff to imagine that stress. So something that I arrived at independently, but they did talk about on the commentary, there is a shattered piece of glass that is behind Hank
Right.
in this shot, and it's an American flag painted on it, but it's broken. And so I was wondering if that was meant to kind of signify the collapse of the American dream.
Right.
And Gordon not being from America, coming to the United States, probably with idealized plans.
Okay.
And then this is the reality of it. This harsh reality kind of signified by this visual
Yeah.
as Hank is telling his story.
That went over my head completely. I did not notice it at all.
Oh,
We had it on this morning when we were getting ready, and John Paul was like, I wonder if that flag means he pointed it out.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. So good on both of you.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, and I didn't notice it until the second time.
Uh-huh.
And then I was like, what does that mean?
and I thought it coupled with the first thing that we heard on the radio when they were waiting outside.
Yeah.
That,
okay.
Like talk radio bullshit about taking jobs and all this.
Yeah.
It's like this feels connected, but then again, it doesn't really go anywhere.
Yeah.
It's not anything, maybe just subtext. I don't know.
I guess.
I thought you were going to say over his shoulder, it's a sign that says, this is not an exit.
But as we see Gordon collecting waste materials into a plastic bag, Hank says that Jeff better hope that he has some of Gordon's genes in him because Gordon is the Zen master of calm. I get that, but I did just see him screaming at his leg last night.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
go off.
And he got pretty mad at Phil earlier for suggesting that they get rid of Hank.
True.
And I'm like, I feel like he's holding on by a thread.
Yeah.
Hank realizes that he's never seen Gordon lose it. But then he immediately amends that statement, acknowledging a few cracks that he's seen in Gordon in recent months. It worries him. Your uncle's the Zen master. Well, not at all, actually.
Yeah.
I'm actually really worried about
Come to think of it.
Let me take that back.
Yeah. Mike returns, though, and Jeff excuses Gordon's recent cracks with the fact that he has a new baby. Hank disagrees, responding that the baby should be a joy of Gordon's life. Mike suggests that when Hank and Amy have children, he'll understand. But Hank isn't about that, admitting that he only sleeps with Amy to hurt Phil.
God damn, this dude is a piece of fucking shit, dude.
This is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a little humor there. I'd like to know what the fuck happened.
Between him and Phil?
Like, what is this? Were y'all friends? And I mean, I know we hear later a little, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You gotta fucking hate this dude.
It's like, what the fuck is your deal?
And you gotta work with him?
Yeah, because you're just admitting now that you're only doing it to piss him off.
Uh-huh.
Why?
Yeah,
why?
I don't know. I also want to say before we move on, because I'm sure that there is somebody that needs to hear this, babies are hard and fucking exhausting, and they're still the joy of your life even when you're struggling, because I did not like that line.
Well, and
what he was
he's
saying,
like, well, he's, barely holding it. Well, it should be the joy of his life. She is. It's still fucking hard and exhausting.
life can be two things.
It's two things. So if anybody needed to hear that,
yes,
please hear that.
But Mike just orders Hank back to work so they don't lose their bonuses. Elsewhere in the hospital, Gordon breaks away from work, removing his mask to make a phone call to Wendy. The generator running loudly outside, we don't get all of the conversation, only Gordon's insistence that they need to talk. And before he can even finish, the call seemingly ends. Gordon is obviously upset, but tries to steel himself for the workday still ahead of him. But when he looks out of the window, he sees Phil standing by the generator with two uncredited men we've never seen before. They're dressed very casually in hoodies, caps, and baggy pants. They shake hands with Phil before walking off as if they didn't interact at all. Phil looks around very nervously as Gordon eyes him from the window suspiciously.
This is cartoon-ish, and it really made me laugh. And it made me think of when Hank was like, oh, Phil's got his own escape or whatever. This was really funny.
I just wonder what the direction was, if they were like, can you mime like a drug deal, but from the 20s or something?
Yeah.
To where it's big and bold and vaudevillian?
As obvious, yeah. But can you pretend you're all mimes? It's like, what?
What are you talking about? No words, no words.
It's genuinely hilarious. It made me laugh. And I know that there's an explanation later, but I'm like, bullshit, dude.
Oh, I don't believe that for a second.
Bullshit.
No. It's like, since we're on the subject, though, there's another thing I need to lie about.
Let me clear this up real quick.
But that night, through the windshield of a car, headlights beam into the night and catch the fence of the property. It pulls to a stop in a secluded area of shrubs, killing the engine and the headlights. A hand reaches into the glove compartment, lottery tickets spilling out in search of headphones, and we see that it's Hank returning to the hospital after hours. He pops his headphones on and grabs a lantern, readying himself before his planned heist.
Isn't there supposed to be an armed guard out here? Didn't we learn that at the beginning?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know if him giving them the keys was like, well, it's you guys.
It's your problem now.
You know?
That's
It's not good.
It's very irresponsible.
Yeah.
It's like, we talked once at the gate. We're fine.
Yeah, don't even worry about it.
But once inside, he returns to the tunnels, snagging everything he can find on the other side of the brick wall from earlier.
He is sticking his naked ass hand in that wall. I didn't like it.
Not only that, this man still has his headphones on while he's digging through this hole in the wall, like you said, very old, dirty, naked hands.
Yes.
Why would you take away one of the senses that you need when you're not able to use your eyes fully because you're doing something else?
Music is a savior.
I don't know.
Rhythm is a dancer, first of all.
Groove is in the heart.
Yeah. Well, it is, but sometimes you got to hit pause.
Yes. If there was ever.
Yes.
You have to be vigilant.
But he reaches inside, retrieving silver coins, gold, medical equipment, eyeglasses, and laughing when he discovers 2 prosthetic eyes wrapped in a cloth.
Yeah, hilarious.
Yeah.
You pop those in like.
Oh,
So look, I'm Barlow or whatever.
He comments that they ought to be worth something. But suddenly, there's a loud bang heard in the distance. He removes his headphones momentarily, but places them back on his head before reaching shoulder deep into the wall.
Why again? Okay. See, if you heard that, that must have been that loud for you to hear that with those earbuds in your ear, the headphone earbuds. If I hear something that loud and I'm not supposed to be somewhere and I'm stealing, take them off.
Yeah.
Again, I enjoy music, shaking the ass, little grooving, whatever, you know what I mean? You put it on pause for a second. Right now, no 2-step.
There are more important...
Yeah.
But he couldn't ask for another.
That song's great.
It is,
so
yeah.
good.
We all agree.
So good.
I will say as well that this is one of those things where in a very cliche horror movie, he's grabbed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Rah, rah."
Yeah.
And that's this scene.
Mm-hmm.
But not at all. Because inside, he finds, wrapped in dead hair, an abortoclast, a long, sharp pick used to perform lobotomies.
A red flag wrapped in a red flag.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And as soon as I saw it, I was like, we're going to see that in something later.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way we're not.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's orbitoclast. My pronunciation is just...
Well, orbital. Yeah, I can see that.
Eyes. But he smiles, intrigued at his finding, holding it in his hand like one of Wolverine's claws. He exits the room with his treasures, but reaching a fork in the hallway, one side for staff and one side for patients, Hank marches on the path for patients.
But didn't you come in this way? Why are you going away? You didn't come in.
I think he's trying to get more shit. I thought
he was trying to leave, but I was like, why would you pick that out of the two?
And
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know why I assumed he came in another way.
That's what's confusing, because right here he's very calm and then he's just like, because he shines, like you said, he shines the flashlight, one side staff, one side's patient.
Yeah.
But for me it seemed like he was confused at this.
Like you hadn't seen it.
Yeah. Did you not come this way? Why are you not going back out the way you came?
And I mean, I know we didn't see him go in, but all of this should be familiar if he just walked this route.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah. I don't know. But his flashlight beaming down the long corridor, he continues, but he stops when on the floor he sees a jar of Jif peanut butter. He picks it up and discovers that it's empty, which is even more frightening.
Yeah. So in my mind, the most logical thing that could be happening right now and the least supernatural, least, if you don't fancy that kind of thing, there's a squatter down here.
Yeah.
And I'm intruding on their territory. That's terrifying.
Yeah.
And I mean, you listen to what the security guard said.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we did get that information earlier.
Yeah. But Hank is then startled to hear movement behind him. And with his breath quickening, he sees the silhouette of a figure lurch out of the darkness in the distance.
This was it's you. What are you so happy about?
Yeah.
But I was also like, whoever's down there has a dry ass mouth because they just did the whole jar.
Leave jelly next time. Because this is ridiculous.
He's like, oh, that's the poop jar. What?
Oh,
No, don't eat that.
He picked it up.
You're gross, dude.
But Hank takes off running, reaching a fenced-in dead end. He turns his flashlight in the opposite direction, just as a few pigeons fly over him to rest on the ducks above his head. He foolishly attributes all of the strange happenings just now to these birds, and he opens the fence to continue forward.
As soon as I saw the birds, I was like, I really hope they make it out of this.
Yeah.
we don't have a great track
Oh,
record.
not at all. Remember this fence opening because there is a story here that I will tell you in just a second.
Okay.
But after a few twists and turns, Hank finally sees a wall at the end of the hall marked Exit. He steps toward it, relieved, but in a POV shot, something at the other end rounds the corner to meet him. He yelps, and we fade to black.
So I did not know the tidbit that you said earlier about the animal sounds being incorporated into the score.
Mm-hmm.
Because my note here was, were those rat sounds or was that part of the score? And then I was like, is Ratma back there?
Oh, fuck that. Fuck that, dude.
Is that who got him?
Like,
None of that. We don't need that crossover here. So the story about this fence.
Mm-hmm.
They were filming this scene down in the tunnels, and as a result of this, these were actually the last scenes that they filmed in this location.
Okay.
But what happened is you have on the other side, which is, I guess, the staff side, you have Uda Brizovitz, the cinematographer, running a handheld camera to follow Hank in frantic shots.
Mm-hmm.
So Hank reaches the end of the hall, and they found this piece of equipment that was too large to move out.
Yeah.
And so they decided to use it to their benefit and use it to kind of block the fence so that it could open with a little more force.
Okay.
And so part of it was like an old dental equipment.
Oh.
So part of it was intact and the other half was broken, but it's like this long fork on one side and the other side is shorter because it's broken off.
Right.
So what happens, depending on who you ask, because if you ask Josh Lucas, that item lifted up off the ground and levitated and turned. If you ask Brizovitz and Anderson, it just flipped over. So it depends. But
Either way, on
Yeah,
its
I was
own,
gonna
though?
say.
well,
That's all that I need to know.
well,
Yeah. Cool.
it was partially whenever the gate was swung open. And so it's either very supernatural or nothing at all. But what is the real story is that the forked part that was broken off launched right into the eyepiece of Brizovitz's camera. And it went through it and it punctured right next to her eyeball.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Damn.
Yeah. And so the thing is it was the short side, the broken side. But they go and check on her and she's completely knocked out. It knocked her out. And so they have to take her to the hospital. And then when they take the camera away and everything, there's a single trail of blood leading down from her eye, which is very reminiscent of something we'll see later.
Yeah.
And if she had been hit by the other side, it obviously would have been much worse, and it really would have resulted in some kind of brain trauma.
Oh my God.
Right. Damn.
And so this is like frightening just from a standpoint
It's too-
of safety.
Yeah.
But it's also very close
It's
to
too close.
what we're doing,
Yeah.
what we're talking about. Josh Lucas said he almost left the project over this.
I don't blame him.
Yeah.
I don't blame him.
But she was fine, and what was weird is that whenever they went to the doctor, I think Brizovitz said that it was as if it never really even happened. Like the injury that was there was so slight. They said, I think you have some bruising behind your eye, but that's it.
That feels like a warning.
Yeah.
Josh Lucas was like, we got ourselves into something we ain't never get out of. That is scary as shit.
Yeah.
But the next day, work continues in the hospital. Gordon and Phil removing ceiling tiles, and we get on-screen text reading, Wednesday. The two men exchange suspicious glances at each other when the other isn't looking. Great vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeff and Mike continue their work too, but under much more comfortable circumstances. We're then treated to a shot of the dilapidated basement, water dripping rhythmically, before finding the group on the roof on their break trying to get a hold of Hank.
So this is when I'm like, was his vehicle still not outside?
Yeah.
That's a great question. Yeah.
Because when the scene starts, they're just back. And I'm like, so Hank didn't show up. Amy
Yeah.
didn't call anybody. Like,
Although, I mean, if they're parking where they normally do, he parked like hidden in some shrubs.
he
Oh,
did.
that's
Okay.
right.
That's fair. That's fair.
But after a few unsuccessful attempts, Phil very reluctantly takes it upon himself to call Amy on account of him knowing her number. The call connects, and after a moment of slight awkwardness, Phil tries to calm Amy down as it seems she's talking a mile a minute. He reacts in disbelief to what he's hearing, a smirk resting on his face as the call ends.
Nothing about this call sounded good.
No.
But it did make me laugh that literally nobody asked him to call Amy, and he's like, "All right, I'll
Yeah.
I guess. And the smirk, I thought he was going to say, Hank died, dude.
Yeah. On the cool.
Hank's fucking dead, guys. And Amy, she's interested.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys later.
She misses me. I gotta get out of
Later,
here.
fools. I gotta run down these. Why are we on the roof? I gotta get out of here.
I gotta catch her at the airport.
I almost thought the same thing.
Yeah.
He was happy.
Yeah.
He was happy.
But Phil then shares with the group that their favorite piece of shit, Hank, drove over to Amy's last night, packed his car, told her that he found his meal ticket, and then bolted to Miami to casino school. He's gonna learn how to be a casino.
What?
I don't know.
What the fuck?
I've never heard
Yeah,
the phrase casino school.
Me either. Yeah, it's okay.
In all my
Yeah,
life.
I was like, mm-hmm.
Those words together did make me laugh because I've never heard that in my life.
Not
I'm
once.
glad that I wasn't the only one.
It sounds made up.
I was like, what the fuck?
See, and that only lends credence to something we'll hear later.
Right.
Yeah.
Because we're like, come on, man.
It's going to learn to be a casino.
But Jeff assumes that Hank won a lucky scratch off, while Phil alternates between smug satisfaction and anger, reminding everyone that he warned Amy about Hank.
He's like, I warn that bitch. I was
Yeah.
like, whoa.
Yeah.
Gee, I wonder why she left you for.
No shit.
for I mean,
Oh,
Jesus
man.
Christ.
I just wasn't expecting that.
But Gordon is confused that Hank would just leave without saying anything. But this fits perfectly with Phil's understanding of Hank's unreliability. He hands the phone over to Gordon, telling him to call Craig McManus and replace Hank like he wanted to begin with. This Craig McManus character, he keeps popping up.
Yeah.
You remember on Zodiac when he was like, Wallace Penny?
Yeah.
That's how I feel here. It's like, why do we keep saying first and
His
last?
whole name.
I didn't think about that.
But Gordon stares off the edge of the roof, over to the wooden awning with the white crucifixes that caught his attention through the window on Tuesday. Gordon insists that something isn't right, before immediately confronting Phil, asking who those two guys were that he saw him talking to yesterday.
Oh, my dealers.
Yeah.
Inches away from each other's faces, Gordon repeats his inquiry, and Phil gets defensive, wondering if Gordon is questioning his performance. Gordon asks if he should be, but Phil just walks away, telling Mike to call Craig McManus. But after just a few steps, Gordon seizes him, clutching a hand to the back of his neck, snarling, "Don't you ever fucking walk away from me."
Typical cool and calm.
Yeah. No shit.
The Zen master himself. The score grows tense as Mike and Jeff look on, and Phil calmly asks, "Are you gonna hit me?" This line later, I feel like it's strange to have now, especially with Gordon's reaction to it.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. And on the cool, I mean, would you not expect Gordon to be a little upset with you? You're continuing to push this dude on him, and he clearly doesn't want him there.
He is.
He's worried about one of our other crew.
Yeah.
He's
He's like, Hank's dead. He's gone.
yeah. It's like,
Just move past it.
holy shit.
But Gordon's arms fall from Phil, and he storms off, snatching the phone from Mike and heading back inside. He sits down at the bottom of the stairs leading up to Ward A, collecting himself for a moment, his hands clasped in front of his face. But he notices something. He holds out his hands, realizing that his fingers are filthy, busted up, and something dry and red is caked underneath his fingernails.
That's concerning.
Mm-hmm. But in their little lunch gazebo, Phil asks Mike if he thinks that he's doing a bad job, but Mike assures him that he's doing fine. Phil then waxes nostalgic for how things used to be. A great gig, steady work, joking around, beers after work. Mike, holding the book that they found on Monday in his hands, laughs that 8 people were committed here for uncontrolled passion.
What the fuck?
But Phil continues. Then Emma came. This gets Mike's attention, but Phil cuts through the bullshit, reminding him that that's why they lost their last 2 gigs. Gordon is tired and he overbid on them.
I'm like, you're blaming a baby, dude.
Yeah, that was.
And I'm like, I know that at the beginning he was like, hey, like, I'm here if you need me or whatever. But like, you're watching your friend drown and you're mad at his baby for it.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
that's pretty fucked up.
That's what I didn't understand too, because we are, or anyway, for me, I feel like we were led to believe that they are this dynamic duo.
Yeah.
They are friends. They've been doing this business together. And then when he happens, he's like, it's that baby. It's like, your baby keeps looking at me, bro. It's like, dude, are you for real?
It's really weird. Because
You were at the christening.
Yeah.
We always joke on Pulp Fiction when he's like, did you think of all this when you were sitting there eating that muffin? Like, he's blaming the muffin.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I felt like. He's like, then Emma came along.
Yeah.
It's like, she's an infant.
Yeah.
She's a baby, dude. And
Yeah.
your friend is fucking struggling.
Yeah.
But Mike simply states that Gordon loves being a father, and Phil retorts that now he does, but it was never in his heart. It was all Wendy's idea. Setting the book aside, Mike explains that just because you say you don't want something doesn't actually mean you don't want it. He admits that 6 years ago, he didn't want to be a lawyer, but now... Phil interrupts him, absolutely killing his dreams and reminding him that he shucks fiber for a living.
Cool. Thank you for letting me talk out my feelings, Phil. I really do appreciate that. But that he is giving when Milhouse got a girlfriend.
Like,
It's like he's like, it's all Wendy. It's like, dude,
you need to.
you guys are adults. You gotta, like, this is too much. It's too much.
But that's not even the point to Phil. Phil is talking about the fact that fatherhood is screwing Gordon's head up and fucking his job up, too. Phil says Gordon should have fired Hank 6 months ago, and everyone knows it. When did he start dating Amy?
Yeah.
Perchance.
6 months ago.
There, yeah.
But that was my question. Why should he have fired Hank? Because you don't like him?
Yeah.
Because I know that Hank was fucking annoying or whatever and rude, but I didn't see him do anything wrong on the job.
No.
Besides not wearing his gear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was a me problem. I don't see any reason why he should have fired him 6 months ago.
Right.
Besides like bro code or something because you don't like him, so let's get rid of him. It's just weird.
It's very weird.
Yeah.
But Mike just gets up to walk away, and Jeff watches from the back of Gordon's van. Phil notices Jeff, and he goes, "What are you looking at?" It's like, you need to calm down.
Yeah.
It's
He's
just
on
spraying
10.
everywhere.
Yeah, he's on 10.
Mike just excuses himself to the restroom, and Phil tells him that he has 25. I was like, minutes left on his break, or pisses left until he dies?
Yeah.
I don't understand. He's like,
I don't know.
24. It's like, what? But all alone, Gordon makes his way toward the awning outside that's adorned with crucifixes. We see that it's not merely a structure, but a long covered path leading downward. Gordon follows it mindlessly, but then finds himself out in front of the hospital. He rests weary on a dead, toppled-over tree, and as the camera pulls back, we see small stones arranged in rows. Gordon has found the cemetery. I will say that this cemetery is not the real cemetery.
Okay.
They found the real cemetery, and then they modeled it after it.
Oh, all right.
So these aren't like actual...
I mean,
Yeah.
that's probably good.
Good, yeah.
Because they'd be like, and then like a hand came up. Like, it's, no.
But down in the office again, Mike searches through an old file cabinet, leafing through folders until he finds Mary Hobbs's patient file. When he lifts it out of the cabinet, he sees that it is stamped, Deceased, number 444. Back in the cemetery, Gordon attempts to call Wendy again. Through emotions and nervous breaths, he tells her he wants to ask her something. Can she forgive him? The camera dips down past the spent log to find a broken gravestone resting beneath it, marked only with number 444.
This is great. And again, I think that maybe after talking about it on Insidious Chapter 3, maybe this is a very specific pet peeve that I have, but I would have just liked more time between seeing her patient number and then 30 seconds later,
Yeah.
seeing her number over the grave. We're gonna remember. We're paying attention.
Yeah.
That I just feel like that would have been more of a what the fuck, you know?
Yeah.
That is a fair point.
That it is, but and for me, and I think I just missed it the first time because I was taking notes. I didn't see it until the second watch, and then I was like, "Oh shit, he's sitting above her grave."
Yeah.
So, I don't know. With the way that the film shakes out, is that just meant to be a coincidence? Is that meant to be a supernatural happening?
See, that's...
Or an intentional red herring. I'm married to my theory.
It's full of them.
Yeah.
It's an ocean of red herrings.
It is. A school, if you will. A casino school.
But just then, Jeff finds Gordon outside, calling out to him just as Gordon's call disconnects. Catching his breath, Gordon invites Jeff to sit down next to him after Jeff apologizes for interrupting the phone call.
He's like, can't you see I'm trying to have a cryptic conversation?
Gordon fights his emotions as Jeff earnestly thanks him for giving him this job and promising his hard work and dedication. Gordon says that he knows, and Jeff calmly asks him not to stress out because he's here for him. They shake hands, and Gordon just comments, family, predicting the Fast and the Furious franchise. I think they came out the same year.
That's hilarious. This is very sweet, but I'd be like, are you okay?
Yeah.
I don't think that what I'm looking at is stress over this job.
Yeah.
I just don't. He's like fighting back tears. He's like sweating.
And again, we're family.
Yeah. Family.
But Jeff inquires if it was his Aunt Wendy on the phone, and Gordon confirms this, telling him that Wendy is doing well, but she's tired. Struggling against tears, Gordon adds that kids tire you. Jeff jokes about how pissed off Emma looked in the photos from the christening, and Gordon forces a laugh.
Him saying that, I was like, oh, there's something with that baby.
Yes.
And I think that, I think that was intentional.
Like he's raising a demon baby?
Yeah.
And it's getting at him?
It's
it's really getting to him?
The demon baby's getting at him. That's exactly. Well, because I'm like, the fact that you're not getting any sleep, you're exhausted, and then you specifically saying the christening, she looked pissed, she's been crying.
She hates God.
She had like a forked tongue.
Her eyes went green.
Yeah. And the fact that I believe at the beginning, Phil said that she hadn't been feeling well since the christening.
Right.
So I'm like, you wanted us to think that.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
I gotta be honest, I love a red herring.
Yes.
Especially with some lemon pepper and salt.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Chilean sea bass.
Oh, delicious.
Yeah.
I'm more of a salmon guy. But here's the thing.
With the skin.
Yes.
Get the skin. If you put slices in it before you put it on the thing, you'll get a crispier skin.
No, you got to score it.
You have to score it. Gordon Ramsay taught me.
And lots of lemon.
Yeah. Speaking of Gordon, let's get back to the fucking
Oh, sorry. I'm like hungry.
Dude,
now.
me too.
Fisherman.
Yes.
Gordon's fisherman.
Gordon Fisherman. Gordon in the film.
Oh, okay. Gordon Ramsay?
No.
Oh.
That's who I got the scoring from.
Oh, okay.
I didn't get it from this guy. He was too distraught to teach me.
He's going through his own
He's going
shit.
through too much.
He is. And to your point, Dee, we can clearly tell that Gordon and Aunt Wendy are not getting along fine.
No.
As far as the red herrings are concerned,
Yeah.
I appreciate a red herring, but there's just so many. And if that's the point, to make it to where you don't know exactly and you're leading in all these different directions,
Right.
that's fine. But there's a lot.
There's a lot. There is. That's undeniable.
Yeah. And I think I don't know if maybe you're going in this way too, but there comes a point when it's too much. There's just too many.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that I don't mind a few because I really like this weird idea of this place being hell.
Yeah.
They called it the snake pit. Dude is he was gotten by his own vices.
Yeah.
If he didn't go back for his greed, he wouldn't be whatever he is right now, wherever he is right now.
Yeah.
And I thought that it was going to kind of, pick them off one by one.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, which is fine.
Yeah.
But
that
I
would have
mean-
been interesting, though. So if you don't temper your greed, it leads you to casino school?
Honestly, that's going full tilt. But back in the office, Mike sorts through documents while listening to a tape of another session. Mary sobs that she misses her family and asks why they haven't come to visit her. Mike's eyes trace a line in Mary's file. She has repressed memory of the tragedy.
Yeah.
One One thing I will say, they were talking about it on commentary, and I thought that it was going to lead to a very interesting bit of trivia. But they go, we actually used files that we found in the facility for this.
Okay.
Or wait, no, we didn't. But what we did was we saw them and we like recreated them for the movie. And I was like,
what do you mean we did?
Yeah,
Wait, no, we didn't.
Don't tell me that. Don't tell me these things.
Yeah.
Because I thought what they were doing is they were repurposing files that they found. She has a repressed memory of the tragedy.
Yes.
We found this paper here in this facility.
Yeah.
No, they didn't. So I was like, why'd you do that?
Yeah.
I was already typing.
I would not have assumed. I would not have assumed that you had. So you just didn't need to say that at all.
No.
Like you didn't need to say any of that.
Nope. Maybe I didn't either.
No, you needed to. You need to get it off your chest.
I did. I was very upset. But Mike finds more documents dating back to when Mary was 14 years old, finding her diagnosis written then as MPD, multiple personality disorder, which I think was
the term.
Yeah. But the doctor on the tape asks Mary how she got her scars on her chest, and Mary claims that they were from her falling off of her bike when she was younger, and that's all she remembers. As Mike combs through a file featuring magazine cutouts of dolls, the doctor inquires about Mary's knowledge of the princess and Billy, but she has no idea who they are. But when asked if she knows who Simon is, Mary responds angrily that she has no idea and she's sick of talking about it.
She's like, boop. Boop. Remember the game?
Like, God damn it. How did I not remember two? Like it was, it was just red and yellow.
Green.
All right, let me try again.
Yeah.
And then you play for 6 hours.
It's addictive.
But the doctor tries to calm Mary down as Mike discovers file photos of Mary's scarred chest and the palm of her hands. Palms of her hands. She has 2 hands. But Mary begs to be taken back to her room, but suddenly she's overtaken by gasping breaths. After a moment, Billy responds through Mary. Mary is asleep, sir. Shifting the line of questioning to him, the doctor asks Billy why he won't tell him what happened on Christmas night in Lowell. Billy levels with the doctor that he already knows what happened, but the doctor persists that Mary needs to know. When Billy refuses to discuss it further, the doctor ponders that perhaps Simon could tell him what happened. We see photos in Mary's file of her family when she was younger, and a photo of her taken during her stay at Danvers State Hospital in August of 1970. The doctor pleads with Billy to wake up Simon, but Billy refuses, expressing his fear to do so. So the doctor just implores him once again to wake up Simon.
He's like, no, I don't want to do that. Shiny shoes for a nickel, Sam. Just deflecting.
It's like, I'm all right, but
yeah, I'm still going to ask about Simon
we're going
after.
to talk about it. But in the decontamination tent, Gordon stares off into space as Phil brushes his hair in a mirror. Phil suggests that Gordon take a shower, but Jordan just sits there in his hazmat suit, cleaning one of his instruments, until he suddenly asks Phil, "What's the stupidest thing you've ever done?" Phil sarcastically retorts, "What, besides coming to work for you?" But he finally gives the real answer after clearing his throat, admitting that introducing Hank to Amy was pretty fucking stupid, and he wishes that he could take it back. Gordon interjects, confessing that he hit Wendy.
This is a bombshell, but it's like we've known that the way that this man is acting, something has happened. But I'm like, I feel like you only asked me that so that you could tell yours. I don't think that you cared about my answer at all.
Yeah, I don't think that was even part of it. One thing I will say, though, is, again, this is kind of a parallel to The Shining, because they're coming here and the behavior was a result of abuse of Danny.
That's true.
Oh,
That's true.
Okay.
So it's just another interesting thing that they're kind of repurposing.
Yeah.
He's like, what's the stupidest thing you've ever done? Me? It's like
no.
Just tell me. You don't gotta pretend to care.
That's a big pet peeve of mine. Don't ask me a question, just answer it.
Yeah.
But Phil is shocked, and Gordon continues, telling him that it was Friday night. He wanted to celebrate getting this job. He brought flowers and champagne home, and Wendy was cooking pasta in the kitchen. He wanted to kiss her, but he startled her when she turned around, and she dropped a pot of boiling water on his leg. He says he isn't sure if it was the dog barking or Emma crying, but he slapped her. He hit his wife. But then he says that he loves his wife. He shares that he's tried to talk to her on the phone, but she won't listen, and now he's staying in a motel. The somber tone escapes Gordon and is replaced with stern urgency as he commands Phil not to tell the other guys about this. Phil claims to have no intention to, and Gordon abruptly changes the subject, agreeing that Phil was right about Craig McManus, and they should give him a call. But this is when Phil takes the time to elaborate on a misunderstanding between them. Those kids from the other day. Phil claims that they were graffiti artists, and he says that they won't be back. He threatened to call security if he sees them around the hospital again, so that's one problem taken care of.
And then I bought some coke off him.
Just on the side.
I still don't believe him.
No, I don't believe either one of them. It's
Yeah.
Phil, it's like you're lying.
Yes.
Gordon, I feel like there's something missing.
Yeah.
I feel like there's something missing you're not telling me. And I do appreciate us getting this little, okay, y'all were fighting, but y'all are friends.
Yeah.
You do get that sense of knowing each other for a while. Because you are comfortable enough to say, look, I fucked up. I know you're not going to judge me, or I know you're going to help, give me advice or whatever. But yeah, I'm kind of like, man, you're lying, Phil.
Yeah, clearly. And even Gordon nods like,
Sure, yeah.
Okay. But Phil once again reminds Gordon to take a shower and to get that shit off of him. But that night, after a shot of the full moon in the sky and that hungry spider from a few days ago, the camera combs through the grounds to find Gordon fast asleep at the steering wheel of his van. The disembodied voice from earlier calmly mutters, "Hello, Gordon." But in his mind's eye, Gordon recounts the events preceding that terrible Friday, sitting outside in his van and watching as Wendy takes baby Emma inside and walking past the boiling pot of water on the stove. The voice continues, "Do you know who I am?" It's like Indrid Cold.
Chapstick.
Yeah.
But we then see Gordon in his hazmat suit facing away from us, the camera pressing through a set of slightly ajar glass doors, as we hear Wendy sweetly reacting to the roses once again, asking Gordon what's the special occasion. She playfully tells Gordon, "Not here." But then suddenly, we hear the pot topple over, splashing Gordon, and they both scream. Gordon is suddenly facing us in his hazmat suit, the white covering marred with blood, coating the inside of his mask as he breathes heavily, and the voice orders, "Do it, Gordon." Gordon wakes up in fright to the memory of Wendy's screams. This sequence is fantastic.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we're just being fed little by little you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I will say they had said on commentary that they shot the sequence with the man in the hazmat suit,
Okay.
in 10 minutes off of a random idea.
Really?
Yeah. And to me, it's one of the most effective visuals in the film.
Yeah.
I get My Bloody Valentine vibes from it, oddly.
I can absolutely
okay.
see that.
I don't know if it's the breathing in the mask and the suit or what, but I was just like, I don't know. I was very impressed by this.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting nightmare sequence.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would have liked a little more leaning into this, maybe.
Yeah.
I like the bits of surrealism and haunting imagery.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that it's, I don't know, is it supernatural? Is it not?
Yeah.
That's where we kind of don't have as many opportunities for this as I would like.
Right.
But Gordon groans in pain, retrieving a bottle of iodine from his glove compartment and pouring it on his badly burned leg.
You should probably go somewhere. Like, that looked bad.
It's open
Yeah.
and weeping.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, you just been working fucking, it's all full of asbestos.
Oh,
yeah. Damn. So something did happen, because then that makes sense why he didn't want to take a bath there around them.
Oh, because they'd be like, what the fuck,
what the fuck
dude?
happened to your leg, dude?
That's a really good point.
I didn't even think about
Yeah.
that. I gotta be honest, I had a lot of slight complaints going into this episode as far as my complaints with characterization and stuff, but I'm feeling more like I'm enjoying it and appreciating it.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I feel like we need to talk about it. Like,
Yeah.
that's how I felt going in.
But the pain of the iodine is so much that he drools and shouts. But a camera sweeps through the hospital's interior to the sound of heavy breathing until we find the wheelchair resting in the center of the hall of the ward. The sliver of light cast against it is disturbed by a creeping shadow.
That's probably not good.
No.
Yeah.
But the next morning, as the clouds slowly sneak across the sky, we get on-screen text reading, Thursday. In his vehicle, Phil rolls a joint and starts smoking the shit out of it.
Yeah.
I said not a wake and bake.
That was the most ugly ass in a hurry joint, but you can pass it. But let me roll it next time. Please don't.
So is this confirmation that he was lying?
I think
Yeah,
that...
but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was buying weed.
He's like, no, this was from earlier.
Yeah.
It could be his own because Hank was like, no, Phil, he does his own thing. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean...
With the speed he was trying to smoke that down.
But what's funny to me is, when Gordon shows up.
Yeah.
You know how early.
And in a minute, I'm like, there's no residual scent.
Yeah.
But Phil's immediately forced to put it out when Gordon speeds up next to him in his van. Low piano tones punctuate the awkward encounter as Gordon remarks that Phil is up early, Phil acknowledging that it appears he wasn't the only one who couldn't sleep. But he shares that Craig will be here tomorrow, and after receiving no response from Gordon, Phil asks if he's okay. Gordon stares at him through glassy eyes, admitting that he just wants to go home.
Yeah, he doesn't look okay, dude.
No.
Like,
Phil excuses himself to go inside, and after a shot of birds flying in formation, we find Phil smoking his joint on the roof. Say, I couldn't do it out there.
Yeah.
But he mutters to himself that it's going to get ugly.
what is?
This line was improv.
What are you talking?
Yeah, but what?
I don't know, and they just left it in. I don't know.
What is gonna? But again, are we supposed to be looking at him like, what do you know? What does that mean?
See, and this is misdirection, kind of, but also a little bit of like, you're kind of fucking with us a little bit.
Yeah.
Too much, I'd say.
Because it's just out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So I think after this, it should have been the and then the music.
Well, he needs the sunglasses.
Yeah. It's like, just
I get
watching
it.
the show.
Lean in, just lean into it.
It is funny that the casino school is in Miami, by the way.
That's hilarious. Before we move on very quickly, because I forgot to say this in the part when I was supposed to say it.
All right.
But since we are on the roof again, I'll just say it now. Peter Mullen, in that featurette that I watched, he said that in his opinion, most madness comes from overactive curiosity, and that was the title of that little sequence because he was just churning him out. Like it was very poetic. But he said the scene when they were all filming on the roof, when Phil calls Amy, that he got this impulse to just jump off of the roof because they were really on the roof.
The call of the void.
Yeah. And he was like, I didn't want to hurt myself, nothing, but I was just curious. I'm making a film. Nobody's going to let me fall. Are they going to catch me? Is somebody going to stop me before I get to the ledge? Like, he was like, it was a horrible curiosity of what would happen if I just basically was like, fuck it, and went for it.
Jesus Christ.
And he was like that he was, obviously got over it and didn't do it, but that he felt that it was where they were at, that he felt like it was the building that was making him feel that way. Because he felt very affected being here.
It was funny because Anderson in his interviews really had no supernatural stories at all. Or any kind of anything that he would point to say, like most people do on these kinds of press tours.
Yeah.
Where they're like, and we all felt, or we all this and that.
He was like,
it
no.
wasn't. Yeah. It's like, next question, please.
And everything that I saw of him, he seems very dry and
He
just very
is.
like to the point.
I listened to the commentary track.
Well,
Yes.
dry.
Dry as a bone. But Jeff and Mike continue their work together in the kitchen and the dining hall, Jeff riding the floor scraper until suddenly the power shuts off again. Irritated, Mike blames Jeff, but offers to go check the breakers downstairs again. Before he can, though, Phil enters the room, urgently suggesting that Mike take a break with him.
This is me and my friends when there's tea at work.
Why don't you come take a quick?
Yeah. I gotta go to the dry storage real quick. Can you help me look for ketchup or whatever? It's like, oh, okay. I'll be right there.
That's code for. But Mike says that he can't because he has to go check the breakers. So Phil asks why Jeff can't do it. Learning of his nyctophobia, but unmoved by it, he directs Mike to join him in the hall. In the hall, before getting into anything, Phil ensures Mike's understanding that this is not easy for him to say, but they need to talk about Gordon. He needs to take some time off because he's become a liability. Mike understands Phil's paranoia, but thinks he's overreacting. So Phil asks, did you know that he hit his wife?
Chismoso.
Yeah.
First of all, my mouth dropped because I was just thinking of him. No, don't worry, I won't tell anybody.
Yeah. It's just replaying in your head. You're like,
Immediately.
wow.
So right now I'm still like, is there a ghost involved here? And
Yeah.
if so, what's with this ghost? He's just having them beef. I'm just going to turn them against each other. I just want to watch.
But then, I mean, I'm thinking about it realistically. If I'm Phil, I'd probably tell Mike.
Not in the way you
But
told him.
yeah, the
I
way
think-
he said it was...
Well, not as
Yes.
well, did you know?
Yeah.
I would tell him as the serious thing of like, Gordon is,
Yeah.
and he needs something.
I think plus using the word liability...
Yeah.
I'm your friend. What do
Yeah.
you mean I'm a liability?
That's harsh. I feel like it would be very different if he was like, look, I think he needs some help. He's not doing well. He's got stuff at home. And if Mike kept poking him, being like, look, he hit Wendy.
Okay.
But he
Yeah.
was just like, well, did you fucking know that he hit his wife? Like it was on the tip of his tongue.
Yeah.
That's what bothered me.
It was more almost like he knows something you don't know.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I feel like it should have been more of, first of all, obviously this is atrocious
Yes.
behavior from Gordon
Right.
as well. Look at how he's been acting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He needs help.
I've known many people who, as soon as they get a crumb of information, they cannot wait to run it back. He could not wait to run this back. He couldn't wait. He couldn't.
No.
And he straight up lied earlier.
Yeah.
And he's a liar. Yes.
But we get a shot of Gordon staring up, transfixed at the fenced-in staircase, as Phil explains to Mike that Craig McManus will be here tomorrow.
What? So are you trying to take my business now? What the fuck is happening?
He's like, me and Craig are going into business
I was
together.
going to say, are you in love with Craig McManus, dude?
Yes.
You cannot stop talking about him.
But he says that Gordon is putting them at risk of losing their bonus. Mike asks what he can do to help, and Phil just tells him to follow his lead.
If we're at risk of losing our bonus because we're not going to finish on time, what you can do to help is actually work instead of being downstairs listening to the fucking tapes all day.
Yeah.
Also true.
I've not seen Mike do shit since he found those tapes.
He's made fun of Jeff's mullet. He's
Yeah.
read a book.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that was at lunch.
Well.
All right. I will say, whenever he was listening to the tapes after hours,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah.
I know you shouldn't be here, but at
Right.
least it's not working hours.
It's your
Yeah.
time.
But now he's like, hey, I think I left some tapes left to listen to.
Yeah.
I'll be back. And then he-
What did he just say?
But we see Jeff descend the staircase toward the breakers and then cut to a POV shot of someone observing Phil and Mike. Phil and Mike immediately stop talking when they notice someone in their midst. It's Gordon, pacing his way toward them as if in a trance. Mike cuts through the awkward silence inspired by Gordon's arrival, claiming that they were just talking about Jeff and how he's coming along.
He's like, yeah, we were just talking about your nephew's uncle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But Gordon asks with a knowing scowl, and how is he coming along? We cut from this. I did not get what I thought we were going to get when we returned to the scene.
Yeah.
No.
But down in the basement, Jeff makes his way to the breaker without incident. But when he makes his way back up the stairs, he encounters a figure standing at the top and staring out of the window. It's Hank. Shocked to see him, Jeff asks what he's doing here, telling him that he's in some deep shit. Hank lowly ponders, "What are you doing here?" Jeff just continues that Gordon and Phil want Hank's head and that everyone thought he disappeared to some casino school in Miami. The music blaring from Hank's headphones and sunglasses covering his eyes, Hank repeats, "What are you doing here?" He follows this line of questioning by reaching his finger to the window, touching it, and leaving a smear of blood behind. Jeff's like, "I forgot something."
Smart.
And he runs back downstairs. I will say, on commentary, they said that in theaters, this moment inspired a laugh from the audience. And Anderson was confused as to why. And I'm like, because it's hilarious.
What, him leaving?
Yeah. Like, I don't know what's not. It's very funny.
The thing with Jeff isn't.
No.
But him being like, I'll catch you. We'll be back to pick you up later. That is very funny. Because it's what anybody in their right mind would do.
Yeah. But Mike and Phil are still chatting with Gordon, making it up as they go along. Mike says that Jeff just needs a little motivation. Gordon asks Phil's opinion, and Phil agrees, but said with Craig coming in, they'll all help pick up his slack. And he's like, Craig,
don't worry.
No.
You know what? I'm starting to think he didn't want Hank around because he's afraid that Hank's going to steal Craig.
McManus?
Yeah.
This is my best friend.
Yeah.
But after learning that it's lunchtime, Gordon suggests Mike place the order, but Mike remembers that it's Phil's turn to do so. But Phil, we see, is holding a large antique coin in his hand. He suggests they flip for it, claiming he found the coin around the building. The camera twists around Gordon as they walk into the gym, and Phil flips the coin in slow motion. As it falls to his palm, we see Hank still standing at the window, dropping a coin onto the floor. So this, to me, whatever is going on with Hank, I think they're trying to set up Phil clearly as the culprit.
Yeah.
Where did he get this coin? Oh, I just found it lying around. Who had a shit ton of coins and disappeared? You know, so it's like, I understand what you're doing, but at the same time, it's just kind of, I don't know.
Yeah. I was hoping that there was some kind of payoff with this because when he does flip the coin, at the same time, Hank drops his.
Yeah.
And they're opposite each other. So I was like, oh, okay, this is going to pay off.
Well, it seemed like connected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost like with the opening of the box.
Yep.
Yeah.
But again, that doesn't really mean anything either.
No?
No.
Mike loses the coin toss and turns to leave, but Gordon, with a puzzled look on his face, slowly approaches Phil and takes the coin from him. Phil tries to figure out what that's all about, but before he can, Jeff rushes into the room in a hurry. He tells Phil and Gordon that he found Hank in the stairwell. Phil tells him not to be a fucking idiot, and Jeff insists that he's telling the truth.
That was intense.
Yeah.
Why?
Jeff has done, the pudding or whatever the fuck soup, that was nasty. But he's done nothing to warrant that kind of a reaction.
And Gordon just lets him have it. He's like as his uncle, he didn't defend him at all.
He's like, no, shut the fuck up. Don't be stupid.
And even Mike's been working with him for days, and he's like, that was pretty dumb, Jeff.
Yeah, y'all are friends. That's your buddy's nephew.
Yeah.
You're just, because what is he like, your punk ass nephew? Or you're just like,
he does.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
It's wild.
But it really makes you think if maybe you did something and somebody found evidence of what you did and you're like, no, you didn't, shut up. Like, that is what this moment was. I was like, why are you so defensive?
Okay. I didn't think about it that way. Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
That's a fair point. And he doesn't say where Hank is, so he's like, he just starts sweating. Where'd you see him, though? Yeah. And what did he look like? What did he say?
Right, did he say anything about me?
You're reacting
I don't know anything. Yeah.
very intensely.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. Okay.
But Phil doesn't want to hear anything from Jeff, ordering him back to work and saying that they'll bring him his lunch soon. He's like, you're hallucinating, so
No.
Get back to work.
Yeah.
with these harsh and dangerous chemicals. But Gordon believes Jeff, however, which draws the ire of Phil. A reluctant Phil follows Mike, Gordon, and Jeff up the stairwell, expressing his doubts at what Jeff claims he saw. Jeff attests that Hank was upstairs, but when they round the corner to the top of the staircase, there's no one there. Gordon notices a silver coin resting on the ground where Jeff claims that he saw Hank, but Phil reminds everyone that Hank is in Miami and says everyone heard Amy tell him that on the phone. But Gordon counters, no, they didn't hear that.
They didn't.
They didn't.
Only Phil did. Gordon says that they never heard it for themselves. Mike tries to excuse himself to lunch, but Gordon tells him to stay where he is.
Nah, dude.
Yeah.
He asks Mike for the cell phone so that he can talk to Amy himself, and Phil gets incredibly defensive, claiming that he spoke to Amy and Gordon doesn't need to. An argument erupts, Phil using Gordon's behavior as an example to Mike of what he was talking about earlier, and Gordon shouting for Mike to give him the fucking cell phone. But their flaring tempers are snuffed out when all four men clearly hear footsteps above their heads. Jeff insists that it's Hank. So this is a big issue
Yeah.
for what comes after
Mm-hmm.
and with a subplot that was cut. Because it makes sense with that, it makes no sense with what we're about to figure out.
Okay. Things move so quickly right now that it wasn't until the second time that I was like, wait, how?
Yeah.
What is that?
Exactly.
But like the first watch, I did not even think about it because shit kind of hits the fan.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And we'll get to that subplot when it's not so spoilery.
Okay.
Cool.
But Gordon orders Jeff and Mike to go downstairs to make sure Hank doesn't come around and heads upstairs himself, telling Phil to follow him. In an amazingly ridiculous line reading, Phil calls out, "Hey." Gordon turns around and the camera presses in on Phil as he sneers, "Fuck you."
It's almost a Soldier Boy, huh? You! It's like, oh.
Almost.
Yeah, almost.
What is this?
I don't know.
What the hell was that?
Yeah, I don't know.
In that Fangoria article, they were asking about it, and they don't really, like, they said that Caruso did it himself,
Of course.
and that you don't, they said it like you don't direct him as much as you try to corral him.
But what's with the Zoom, the press in?
Yeah.
Maybe they were like, hey, say, fuck you, and we're going to press in. And
Oh.
he's like, fucking
Yes.
bet.
Say no more.
This is about to be legendary.
He just took on the rhythm of the camera, really.
Fuck
Yeah.
you.
Fuck you.
This is wild. I don't understand, A, why he did it, and B, why this is what made it here.
You
Yeah.
know, the only thing that would have made sense is if during the argument, Gordon was like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he's like, hey, fuck you.
But it's
Perfect.
Still,
Yeah.
but
Fine.
the pitch is still wrong.
Well, no, but I mean, the you is still
Yeah.
kind of funny, but it's
At
at
they
least
all
that
just
makes
started dancing. Then it was like, oh, all right.
got
I
it,
get
got
it.
it, got it.
I get it.
Soldier Boy, tell
Yeah,
him.
there you
Okay,
go.
got it.
But Phil reconfigures the split. Jeff will join him in the tunnels, and Mike will go with Gordon. Mike supposes that it could be squatters or kids, but Gordon doesn't answer his speculation. As he continues on, Gordon hurts his burned leg on a stair step, and for some reason, Mike, upon hearing a sound toward the tunnels, despite knowing that that's where Phil and Jeff are right now, he breaks away from Gordon to investigate it, leaving Gordon on his own to ascend to the top of the building.
Were they supposed to go in the tunnels?
They
I
were
thought he told them to go somewhere else, and he was like, no, let's go in the tunnels.
I thought I wrote this script very late.
I think I could totally be wrong, but I thought that that's why they were confused. And it made me think, like, why do you want to fucking go down there so bad?
Well,
Yeah.
I think the thing was, I know that Gordon told Jeff to go downstairs with Mike.
Yeah.
And so Phil reconfiguring it, he's like, fuck you. I'm not going upstairs with you, Gordon.
Yeah.
Me and Jeff are going downstairs.
Yeah.
I thought
but
that was the change.
I thought
That's
it was
what I
after
thought.
they started running. I could be wrong,
Oh, maybe.
but it made me very suspicious that he wanted to go
Oh.
down there.
Yeah. Oh,
And that's why it makes sense that he's like, somebody's in the tunnels, because they're supposed to be downstairs. They're not supposed to be in the tunnels.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't fucking know.
See,
Somebody
I-
will be like, did you even watch the movie?
No, I
No.
don't know. I feel like in these kinds of situations, I'm so certain, but even when I'm right, I'm wrong. I don't know how this shit happens. And then somebody's like, well, actually, this is never. There wasn't even a hospital.
I was
in the
going to
tunnel.
say, David
There was no
Caruso is
tunnel.
not even in this. It really doesn't matter.
No.
But I will
Yeah.
say that for sure, set in stone, when they go down into those tunnels, that's when I'm like, Jeff, get away from Phil.
Yeah.
Because I am not feeling Phil.
Well, from this, I mean, he literally apparently has Hank's coin.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, I know that it doesn't really come down one way or the other, but he lied about being on the phone, right?
Yeah.
Because that couldn't have happened with Amy, because he
Yeah.
didn't go home that night.
Yeah.
What's funny
He's
is
like, Amy said to hire Craig McKenna.
Yeah.
no, he's like, yeah, I love you too.
Right. Oh, Craig's there too?
Yeah.
Put him on the
Oh,
phone.
cool.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to take you back, Amy.
Double pay, Craig.
Yeah.
But he was lying, right?
Yes,
I think he
was
had to
lying.
have been. But in the tunnels, Jeff catches up with Phil, irritated that he almost left him behind. But Phil stops him and tells him to listen, as a high-pitched noise pervades the area, only Jeff can't hear it. Phil takes Jeff's flashlight, pointing it down a nearby ladder. He heads down by himself against Jeff's protests, ordering him to just stay there and call out if he hears anything. Before Phil disappears into the darkness, Jeff shares another detail with him. When he saw Hank, he had blood on his hand. But we find where Mike actually went. Back to the office to listen to another tape.
Really, dude?
Yeah.
Like,
I
that's
laughed
not
out
weird?
So maybe they did know they were in the tunnels and he was just like, oh, my keys are ringing. I gotta go. Like, he was just using any excuse to get the fuck out of there. Because I'm like, shit is coming to a head.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I gotta fucking find out how this ends, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I need to go and finish it right now.
He's like, Gordon, just in case we die, I can't die not knowing what.
I laughed out loud because this is the last place that you should be.
Yeah.
Everybody is on the search for fucking Hank.
Yeah.
And you're leaving Gordon alone?
You're leaving him alone. Him and Phil are at each other's throats. Jeff is fucking scared to death, but you're there with your notes and you're like, I need to hear the end of this, guys.
I put too much time into
Yeah.
this.
That's wild.
But he sets up the last tape. Session 9. As we watch Gordon head into Ward B, the doctor asks Billy if he understands that he, the princess, and Simon are all in Mary. Billy affirms this, and the doctor adds that if Mary is sick, then all of them are sick, and he wants Mary to get better, right? Billy affirms this as well. So the doctor begs for his help. Just tell him what happened that night in Lowell. Billy cries that they were playing hide and seek and that Mary was looking at her new doll and looking for Peter. Mike's eyes scan a document. Quote, "The alter Simon emerged during the accident." As Jeff paces nervously in the tunnels and calls out for Phil, Billy adds that it was really dark. Phil's flashlight beams through the blackness of the tunnels as Billy shrieks that he won't tell the rest of the story. He pleads that Mary is a good girl and doesn't need to know what Simon did to Peter. Mike scrawls his own notes in the file. Princess equals innocence. Billy equals protection. Simon equals... shrug emoji, basically.
Well, we still never found out where Simon lives.
Yeah.
Oh.
You know?
I bet it's scary as shit.
I bet it's the scariest shit.
The scariest thing
You've
ever. When Billy refuses to tell again, Mike fast forwards the tape, which is wild because he has no fucking idea what's on here.
Yeah.
Billy could have been like, all right, I'll tell you, sir. And then he tells him. It could have...
Right.
2
And
seconds.
that's how it happened.
Yeah, and like,
God damn it.
Yeah.
and he goes to rewind it, it catches fire. Like Steamboat itching. But the generator outside has kicked into full gear, and the lights flicker in the basement as Phil continues on, discovering the still playing smooth jazz of Hank's CD player. As Gordon walks through the ward upstairs, the ghostly voice calls out to him by name, and he chases after the sound, rushing past a recently disturbed puddle in the solarium. Jeff heads down a long hall, the left side lit by lamps and the entire right side of it occupied by hanging hazmat suits and gloves as far as he can see. Before anything even happens, this is already a frightening visual.
Yes.
Yeah.
But in the tunnels, Phil discovers Mike's shirt and one of his boots, and in the distance, hears a man's voice repeating, "What are you doing here?" The doctor continues pleading with Billy on the tape, while upstairs, Gordon follows the sounds of ghostly laughter. The generator has reached its breaking point, belching smoke and ceasing operation. Mike is furious that the recording has stopped playing, but even worse, Jeff is running for his life down below, where the trail of lights die one by one, the sounds of his screams echoing in the darkness of the tunnel.
So good.
Man,
Yeah.
that might be, that's up there for my favorite sequence.
Yeah, it's great.
That's fucking, that would suck.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
And especially for him.
I was gonna say
yeah,
that.
shit for me. I don't want to be down there. Fuck that.
But Mike heads out to refuel the generator as Gordon makes his way to the bottom of the stairs leading up to Ward A, which is hilarious that Mike is going out to fill the generator. He doesn't give a shit about anything else going on.
No.
It's just about this tape.
Everyone in every place is fighting for their life.
Yeah.
Like, they're all in some of the worst moments, and he's like, I need to know how this saga ends.
Yeah, nobody's working. You're not wondering why?
No. You know what? I would think that it would be more meaningful to me for Mike to be doing this, especially with what we know of Mike, if there was some connection established with what's going on, what the other people are experiencing, and what Mike is hearing on this tape.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's just making him look really selfish. Like,
or even because his father was an attorney for that girl or her family, I forget. If her father had like mentioned Mary Hobbs, or his father had mentioned Mary Hobbs, or I remember my dad talking about that case, or anything to make him this invested, which I mean, it is extremely intriguing and fascinating, but your friends they need help.
Yeah.
There's no way you don't hear Jeff screaming at the top of his lungs.
But Phil, however, rounds the corner in the basement with his flashlight, and he discovers Hank sitting there, rocking back and forth, filthy, wearing only his stained underwear and his sunglasses, repeating, "What are you doing here?" At this moment, Gordon radios into Phil that he thinks he's found Hank, which clearly is not true.
Yeah.
No.
Jeff struggles to catch his breath, finally finding a small beam of light coming from an upper level, gagging and gasping for air as if he's reemerged from the depths of the ocean. We then see Gordon head upstairs, frozen in place as he stares at the wheelchair at the center of the hall. Phil calls him on the radio, and after learning that he's on Ward A on the 3rd floor, tells him that he's on his way up. Mike finally gets the generator going again, and in the empty office, the reels start turning, and we hear a very familiar voice on the recording. The voice that's been speaking to Gordon all this time. The voice of Simon utters, "Hello, Doc."
I don't know how we've been hearing this voice since Gordon and Phil first came in here with Detective Brass.
Mm-hmm.
And I did not put together that is who Simon was. When they've been talking about Simon since he found these fucking tapes.
Yeah.
The only disembodied fucking voice that's been in this whole movie.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't.
I think a big part of it is the fact that Mary, the princess, and Billy are all the same person.
Yeah.
Played by.
Right.
And this is clearly not. And I cannot find a credit for this person.
Really?
Yeah, it might actually be Simon.
Listen, this voice
Ooh.
is chilling. It gave me the creeps. I love that they did not do like a hello, doc. Like, it's not scary, but it's fucking scary.
Yeah.
Like, it is so bone chilling. I don't know what it is about the voice and the way that he speaks.
Okay.
I think it's the sound design.
Yeah.
And some effects, but mostly it's the calmness.
Yeah.
Okay, because like you're saying, even when the pitch changes of the other voices, you can clearly tell it's the same person.
Yeah.
With this, this is somebody different.
Yeah.
This isn't that same person changing their voice to sound like a different person.
Mm-hmm. And I will say the another reason why we haven't connected that is because we're talking about altars.
He's supposed to be an altar, yeah.
And you're like, how the hell is that also being
It wouldn't
here,
make sense.
You know? So I mean, this is the first of a few twists. This is the big one.
Yeah.
But it's also kind of difficult to see the path there that it could have been guessed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it was very successful for me. This was.
I do like this, and I do agree the voice is great.
Yeah.
I think it's just how things play out later for me that don't.
But this
help
is
me.
good.
This is great. This is fine.
Because I did gasp. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
And I wasn't yet trying to put the pieces together.
Yeah.
Just kind of living in the moment
you're just
of
on
this.
the ride.
Yeah, exactly. And I will say the distinction between the way that Simon's voice sounds when he's speaking to Gordon and the way that it sounds in this recording is just another example of the excellent sound design.
Yeah.
Because it's like two completely different experiences.
Mm-hmm.
But as the lights switch on and Jeff can finally breathe again, Simon asks if the doctor knows who he is. The doctor says that Billy has told him a lot about Simon, and Simon concedes that Billy is a smart boy. As Phil rushes up to meet Gordon, and Gordon steps slowly toward the wheelchair upstairs, the doctor asks Simon what happened that night on Christmas in Lowell. Simon merely replies, "Use your imagination." But the doctor would rather hear it from him. Gordon eyes a coin on the floor, very similar to the one that he snatched from Phil earlier. As Phil ascends, I didn't get that either, really, because there was no breakaway in time.
Yeah.
No.
So I will say that was a little less. I don't get it.
A red herring?
I don't think so, man. But as Phil ascends the staircase to Ward A, Simon explains that Peter was naughty, and he shouldn't have done it. He scared Mary, Doc. He crept up behind her in the dark, and he scared her. Gordon creeps as well, to the doorway of the room beaming light onto the wheelchair. We hear Mary screaming as Simon says that Mary fell down. She fell down on her doll. Gordon surveys the room, drawings and magazine cutouts of dolls covering the paint-chipped walls. Simon adds that the doll cut Mary up. It cut her up real bad, and she needed someone to help her, so he introduced himself. Couple things.
Mm-hmm.
Firstly, three things, really.
Yeah.
One, that's terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two, I want to talk about the Shining references of Doc
Oh, okay.
and cut her up real bad.
Yeah.
Like Jack Torrance.
Yeah.
I hurt my head real bad.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But also the act of introducing, it's kind of a clue to something later
Yeah.
because of the first thing that we heard.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean the screenplay, there's a lot of really good stuff in here.
Yeah.
Really good. I thought you were going to talk about how this punishment did not fit this crime.
We'll learn. Jesus, dude. But as Gordon ventures further into the room, the camera finds a nameplate on the door. Number 444, Mary Hobbs. Simon shares that he told Mary to cut up Peter, to cut him up real bad. We then see Phil getting closer and closer to the room, a small blade in his hand. On commentary, they said that was his box cutter, but I'm like, I've never seen a box cutter like that.
No.
That didn't look like a box cutter. That looked like a knife you used to cut the carpet. I don't know.
Well,
Oh, he was
Yeah.
slicing
That makes
up.
more sense.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I was going to say, because when I installed carpet, we had knives like that. I don't know.
He was slicing off that corner to
Okay.
when he was like, that's the crocodiles or
That's
whatever.
right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that makes sense.
because I'm
Okay.
like, I've put a lot of product on shelves.
Yeah. I've never had one like
I've never
that.
had anything like that. But as Peter shrieks, Simon chuckles that it was a good thing that his knife was brand new. Gordon stands transfixed, his eyes discovering more drawings and cutouts in this macabre collage. But suddenly, he sees something else. Its edges smeared in red, stapled to the wall, is a photo of baby Emma. The photo from his wallet. Gordon remembers that Phil had his wallet on Monday. And we see even more photos from Emma's christening stapled to the wall, their edges stained in red too. Simon chortles that to keep her mommy and daddy from getting mad, he urged Mary to cut them up too. A can of red slime is knocked over on the floor in Mary's room, so I guess it's not blood that's staining the photographs?
Yeah.
Right. Well, because even the flowers in the van, I was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
that blood looks fucking weird, but it wasn't.
No.
Yeah.
But Phil stands in the doorway of the room now. Gordon faces him with fear and confusion, shaking his head as Phil just stares ahead blankly. As we press in on Phil's unfocused eyes, Simon concludes, "There was a lot of blood, so much blood, but Mary wanted to do it, so she did it." But we see Mike strolling casually through the gym before seeing Jeff burst out of the building, stripping off the top of his hazmat suit, screaming wildly in the sunlight and towards Gordon's van. He finds a radio in the front seat and holding a stitch in his side, he calls into his uncle. Someone answers, asking who it is, and Jeff, through deep breaths, tells him that he's outside by the van. If I'm not mistaken, Anderson said that this was him on the radio
Okay.
because he didn't want audiences to know if it was Phil or Gordon.
That's good
okay,
because
yeah.
you can't tell.
Yeah,
No.
you can't. Man, and I'm sorry. If I'm Jeff here, I will send help for my uncle. I'm not staying here. After Hank's here somehow.
Uh-huh.
He's missing. You guys are pissed off at each other. I went through some shit down there. I'm scared. I'm going to go find help.
Phil
said,
called
"Oh."
me a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I will send help for my uncle.
Yeah.
I'll be in the car driving home.
Yes.
But after this very short chat on the radio, Jeff finds a box of Oreos and munches one, which I can relate to. I also to calm myself down. But suddenly, someone approaches him quickly in a POV shot. Jeff recognizes this person, apologizing for freaking out and asking if it was okay for him to steal an Oreo. It appears that he reaches to hug this person as they get closer, but he screams and we cut to black.
Yeah, I was like, was that a hug?
Yeah.
Which it was funny to me now, but it's not funny to me later.
No.
Yeah, I guess that was a no.
I would
Yeah.
say.
I was like,
Yeah.
You eating my cookies?
Yeah. Mm-mm.
But it was just so funny. He was like, was it okay if I ate your Oreos? I
Yeah.
wanna make
Yeah.
sure.
Everything,
dude.
everything that he had just been through.
Yeah.
And he's still like, is this cool? Like,
Well,
but again, I bet that was the best Oreo he's ever had in his entire life.
It
Because
better
he
have been.
probably thought he was going to die down there.
mhm.
Yeah, it was hopefully double stuffed.
Oh, gotta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're a double stuffed house.
Yes.
But after atmospheric shots of the hospital, the spinning of a vent on the roof is match cut to the spinning of the end of the tape of session 9 in the office, and we get on-screen text reading, Friday. Panning across photos of Mary before and during her stay at the state hospital, we find Gordon's van alone in the parking lot. Inside, Gordon sits at the driver's seat. But Phil calls him on the radio, telling him that they've found the one responsible. Gordon digests this for a moment before exiting the van and heading inside.
This next scene, starting with him outside, I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, I almost felt like he was entering the afterlife.
Yeah.
I thought Phil killed him, and this is...
It
Yeah.
felt so, like, jarring.
Yeah.
But after a shot of the sprawling grounds of the hospital, and it really does look like a bed,
It does.
Yeah.
we find Gordon making his way through the building. A car speeds wildly through the lot, parking next to Gordon's van. Out steps Craig McManus, played by Larry Fessenden. We talked about Larry Fessenden a lot on episode 154, which was Your Next.
Yeah.
Like a lot. We went through filmography, we went through a lot of
Yeah,
stuff.
I was
Yeah.
like, I know that name.
Yeah, very, very like iconic indie horror like legend basically.
Okay.
At
okay.
this point. If you recall, one thing we did talk about was co-writer / performer in Until Dawn.
Yeah.
Hell yes,
Yeah,
dude.
all
Yes.
right.
But he is in so many things, and one thing that we did talk about on Your Next is something that does come true in just a matter of minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
But we'll talk then. I don't want to spoil it. But the fabled Craig McManus stares in awe at the hospital, remarking how beautiful it is. As he walks towards it, he fails to see a bloody handprint on the side of Gordon's van, obscuring their business decal.
Craig.
Yeah. Well, I think he got out and like slammed his beer and crushed it.
Who drives like
Yeah.
that?
What the fuck?
It was a lot.
Yeah.
Wild. But he heads inside, calling out to Gordon. But Gordon is on a mission of his own, passing through the decontamination station. We peer down from a higher floor to the gym, a man-sized smear of blood scarring the floor below. Upstairs, Gordon discovers Hank's body, wrapped partially in plastic poly sheeting. Phil stands there, repeating what he said earlier. Hank was a liability.
I was like, what is this, Dexter?
Yeah.
Right?
All the plastic?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And I will say the way that Phil is framed in the light
Yeah.
with the plastic sheeting, it kind of lends credence to something we're about to discover.
Yeah.
But it was very intriguing, and it makes him look very, very menacing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Gordon stares dumbfounded, asking who did it. Phil ponders it, but settles on the fact that Hank brought it on himself. He tells Gordon to wake up and take a really, really good look at Hank. Gordon leans down, removing Hank's sunglasses to discover his right eye has been hollowed out, the lobotomy tool resting in the void of his socket. Hank suddenly awakens, and he asks Gordon, "What are you doing here?" Gordon holds his face, telling him to hang in there because he's going to get him some help. Phil offers a suggestion. You know what he wouldn't do? He wouldn't tell anyone about this, because if they found out about Hank, they'll find out about the others.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
That Nicole Kidman movie?
That is just like this
like
movie?
Yeah.
In a flashback, we see Hank that night, rounding the corner to the exit, asking fully and properly, "What are you doing here, man?" Gordon surmises that Phil hired those guys he was talking to on Tuesday to kill everyone. It's a bold...
Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on.
It's a bold guess. You smelled the weed. Like, come on.
You knew.
Yeah, there's no way you didn't.
Phil just replies that Gordon is asleep and that he needs to open his eyes and wake up.
Please stop saying wake up because it's making me think of that Futurama episode, The Sting.
Oh.
And if I think about it for too long,
yeah.
I'm not going to be able to get through this.
I will say this wake up is very familiar.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not just Futurama or Raise Against the Machine.
Or System of a Down.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's a lyric. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Phil asks him once more to wake up, and Gordon shouts, "I am fucking awake." Craig hears this nearby and calls to Gordon, Gordon turning his head in Craig's direction, but when he returns his gaze to where Phil was standing, Gordon is all alone.
Dude, I hear this. You've got all this plastic sheeting up and you're like, I am fucking awake.
Yeah.
This is none of my fucking business. I'm gonna go outside and call my BFF for life, Phil,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
and find out what's going on in there. That something is horribly wrong.
Yeah, I'm not staying here.
Well,
No.
but if I'm Craig, it's like, oh, he offered Gordon a cup of coffee he didn't want.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no. Gordon's cool and calm. He's Mr. Zen.
Oh, yeah, everybody knows that. This, to me, might have been a step too far.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the twists and turns are concerned.
Yeah.
I will allow the first one where we saw Phil standing in there looking like a murderer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this one where he's like, I'm imaginary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a ghost.
I'm imagining.
Like that's I think, I don't know. That might be a step too far.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna lie, I didn't think that. I didn't see that coming. But even when it happened, I was like, oh, okay.
I didn't see it coming at all. And it is like the twists start coming and they don't stop coming.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So I'm already so knocked off balance that this is just like, what else?
Yeah.
What else?
Maybe it would make more sense if there was like a sixth member of the team that it seemed like only Gordon talked to.
Yeah, but I feel
Okay.
Because
or
I
his
feel like
nephew even.
yeah, because I feel like with Phil, it's like he's always been around. Everybody's interacted with him. People have had arguments with him, and then
Yeah.
suddenly you're imagining him like he's one of your alters or something.
I think
Yeah,
that
that's-
he in his mind put it on Phil. Well, not put it on Phil.
No, well.
Come on.
He because he didn't realize. You know what I mean?
I guess,
I
but
think he was holding on to that last shred of deniability, and then it's got. He can't anymore. It's gone.
I get it. I just don't know how successful it is for me.
T.
Yeah.
It is a red herring.
It is a red-haired herring.
Very good.
But Craig approaches Gordon jovially until he sees Hank's body. Before he can make heads or tails of it, Gordon seizes Craig, pulling him to the ground in a choke. He agonizingly removes the lobotomy tool, inch by inch, from Hank's eye.
Woo!
Yeah.
The way his head lifts.
Yeah.
We see blood trickling in a tear down Hank's face, and Gordon is urged by Simon, "Do it, Gordon." And he plunges the sharp instrument into Craig's eyeball. Playful, like, circus music seems to play
Yeah.
for a second as Craig's boot shakes on the ground.
That was a choice.
It was surprising.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Is that a red herring too?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You're like, oh my God, is Gordon really at the circus this whole time? No,
No.
he's not, guys.
He was at work.
He's at Danvers.
But on the tape, the doctor asks Simon why he did it, and Simon answers, "Because Mary let me, Doc." And as a photo of Mary's face is superimposed over Gordon's, Simon adds, "They always do." We see Hank encounter Gordon that night in the tunnel, his eyes closed, and he grabs Hank. I did appreciate the visual of Gordon wandering with his eyes closed was pretty frightening.
Yes. And so he was never staying at a motel, right?
No, he was just living here, eating peanut butter by the handful.
I hope he had a drink.
There's another explanation for the peanut butter we'll get to.
Was he?
Hey, come on. Jesus Christ.
I was going to say, was he?
No, you weren't.
What, pooping in it?
Jesus, man.
He was fucking the peanut butter.
All right, guys.
Is that what I sound like?
I swear, this show is getting more difficult. By the fucking day.
Was he putting it in his ear so that he could sleep?
No, he was putting it in his mouth so he could talk like Mr. Ed. No, dude, I don't know.
Oh.
No. God, where was I even? I'm losing. But Gordon stands there in present day as Craig's hands claw absently at his face as he dies. Simon repeats, "They always do," before being unable to contain his laughter. Interspersed with repeated dialogue from a moment ago between Gordon and the imagined Phil, we see what really happened when Phil discovered Gordon in Mary's room. Phil tells Gordon that he's found Hank, he's hurt, and he says that Gordon did it to him. Gordon attacks Phil without an answer, and in the present time, Gordon walks past Phil's corpse laying bloody and dead in a plastic-covered room. We then see Mike making his way through the gym, a blood-covered Gordon rushing towards him and attacking him too. Mike's body now sits against a poly-covered wall, drenched in his own blood. Gordon asks the imagined Phil, "What about the others?" And Phil just replies that Gordon is asleep and needs to wake up. We see Gordon approaching Jeff at the van, who is happy to see him after the scare of the darkness in the basement. Gordon stares forward, his face and suit smeared in blood as Phil's knife finds a home in Jeff's throat. Jeff's dead body has its own room, too, lying face down with his hand outstretched. Gordon makes his way to the end of the hall, staring blankly at the plastic sheeting. The camera finds him in profile as Phil's voice tells him to open his eyes now, wake up, and remember. In his memory, he stares at Wendy and Emma through the window of his van as they head inside and past the pot of boiling water. Gordon heads inside after them, and we hear everything play out as it did before. Wendy's excitement for the roses, the pot of boiling water spilling, and as we pan across photos from the christening in Mary's room, we hear more. The slap, Wendy begging through tears for Gordon to stop as his violence continues. And then we hear Simon's voice. "Do it, Gordon." We hear squelching noises as their dog barks incessantly, until once more we hear Simon's urging, "Do it, Gordon." The dog's barks turn into whines, which then turn into nothing at all. Emma cries loudly, and Simon gives the final order, "Do it now." And the memory is overtaken by silence. Gordon stands silhouetted against the light shining through the sheets of plastic. We see the antique wheelchair resting in the hall of Ward A, water dripping in the dilapidated room. In Mary's room, as we pan across the photos of the christening again, we hear Gordon's voice calling Wendy on a broken cell phone and begging her not to hang up. He sobs, apologizing for what happened, and admits that he's so lonely here and wants to come home. He wants to hold her and Emma. He pleads for her forgiveness, reaching his bloody fingers to their photograph, leaving a trail of blood behind. We swoop over Danvers State Hospital like a bat, over the steeples and Victorian architecture as the doctor asks, "Where do you live, Simon?" Simon answers, "I live in the weak and the wounded, Doc." We fade to black and the credits roll. So, what did you guys think of Session 9? But before we get to that, I did want to talk about the deleted subplot.
Oh, okay.
Because there is a very interesting thing going on in this hospital this entire time that was completely cut out from the film and is not happening in this version. The entire time that they're there is a woman that is squatting in the hospital.
Oh, okay.
And what's happening is you'll see her randomly watching them.
Yeah.
And you'll see, like, the first time you see anything, the camera rises above their arrival at the hospital, and you see things neatly arranged in a room at the top of the building.
Yeah.
And you're like, what the fuck? But then you come to realize that this is the work of this woman.
Oh, okay.
She's just collecting random things in the building and just arranging them. You think it's supernatural.
Right.
And so whenever they hear the running around,
That's her.
that's her upstairs. Whenever they find the empty can of peanut butter, that's her that ate it.
Oh.
That makes sense.
You know, and whenever you see a silhouette behind and then he runs into Gordon up front, that's her.
So that means that the peanut butter that was in Gordon's bag was another red herring?
I believe
in
so.
that version?
In that version. In this version, it's him staying in the hospital.
He's staying there.
Yeah. But the other thing is that whenever we see that camera press in through that, like, almost like a projection hole towards the gym.
Okay.
She's watching him murder Mike. And so whenever he is here at the end and he is calling Wendy on the phone, she sneaks into the room and she beats him to death.
Oh, damn.
And that's how the film ends.
Oh my God.
So the last shot that we see, because there's one really cool shot whenever he's reliving this memory and it presses into the red of the van door. That's the last shot in the film, and that's when Simon says his line and where he lives.
Oh.
Okay.
Which I think I like that ending better. I like the shot of the door because it's about to happen right now, this horrible event.
Right.
And that's the last thing we see.
Does Simon gets that lady?
Simon...
Is that what we're supposed to believe?
I don't know. She just killed Gordon, so I don't know what happens next.
Wow.
But the problem was that whenever they watch test audiences, whenever they watch the film and they see this woman, they thought, oh, that's the adult Mary Hobbs. And it's like Mary Hobbs was an adult in 1970.
Yeah.
This is 30 years later, and she looks nothing like the photos of Mary Hobbs.
Yeah.
It's a completely different person.
People don't fucking pay attention.
No. But that's why they cut it, is because people were like, so when Mary comes back at the end, and then he's like, no, Mary was never here.
I would really like to see that.
Yeah.
Executed and see what I like better, because that is very intriguing.
It's an interesting wrinkle, and it does change a lot.
Yeah.
Because if you had any inkling of anything supernatural, it's like, no, it's not at all.
Yeah.
But at the same time, not having that, but then still leaving these remnants of, well, who was that behind Hank?
Yeah.
Who was that running around upstairs when Hank was very clearly in the tunnel?
Yeah.
Well, in the way, honestly, that I would interpret that ending is that since Gordon knows now what he's done, Simon moved on to somebody else. Because Mary had her altars to protect her from knowing what happened. Gordon is faced with the reality now of what he did. You know?
Yeah.
And I think that knowledge kind of takes away that weakness that he had before.
Okay.
So I can see Simon being like, all right, bitch, it's your turn. You know, like.
Yeah.
So it's like this never-ending cycle.
Mm-hmm.
And he says...
Because it is.
They
Look what happened
always
here.
do.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. But
That's how I would. I don't know if that's what they meant, but if I saw that, that's what I would think happened.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think that Mary's back. I don't know. I don't know.
No, it wasn't Mary.
She never left.
She never left. She never left.
But I just thought that was an interesting subplot that was completely dropped from the film.
Very much. Yeah. I mean, like you said, I feel like that it probably did streamline it a bit better.
Yeah.
To
but
lose
there are a couple remnants still in there that you can't kind of explain.
Mm-hmm. And seeing disturbance in that puddle as he's going toward A, that's probably her. You know, stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like little things that add up, and you're like, but then you feel without her, you're like, oh, it is supernatural.
Yeah.
You know, so it makes it a little tricky. But sorry, what did you guys think of Session 9?
I did enjoy the movie. I like a lot of what it does. I think the problems that I have for me is just the confusion of it all. And is this Mary Hobbs story is cool, but is this just happening alongside all this other bad stuff that's happening? And then not only that, if these are her altars, I'm sorry, but if I feel like if I have DID, I'm not passing that to you.
Wasn't. Simon wasn't.
Okay, but that's not how I'm presented that in the movie. These are a list of her alters, not this I'm jumping from people to people demon. I don't get any of that until we get the box scene. When we get the box scene, then again, that's why I said for me, I would have loved that to have been the angle. Oh, you unleashed this fucking thing. Then when dude got hit in the eye and then dude cut himself and it's like, oh, fuck. Okay, now all these things are going to start coming into play and happening. But it for me, it just kind of feels like Gordon broke because of the stress and he went on this rampage. But then when you throw Simon into it and then it's like, okay, but that's not how we met Simon. We met Simon through this patient. So what is it? Is this a supernatural movie or is this a movie about a man being put through so much stress he fucking broke and then killed everybody? Like, it was just very confusing. I enjoyed everything but towards the end. And I think it might just be that. I think there's too many breadcrumbs to where I don't need the whole loaf of bread. I just need a slice. You know what I mean? You only need 2 slices to make a sandwich. You don't need the whole bread. You know what I mean?
Not
2 is enough. Yeah,
Is
well,
enough. Well, you can use 3 slices.
Club, you
yeah,
need 3.
well, okay.
But there were about 5 slices in this
Yeah,
film.
there was a lot.
There's 3 of us. We needed 3 clubs.
It's 9 slices.
Yeah, it's still
Whatever.
too many. Yeah,
there wasn't enough bread.
too much stuff, right? but it is it is good.
Whatever.
It is good, the scares and stuff.
Yeah.
What it does do, it is really good. And I did like a lot of it. I think the main thing that hurt this movie for me is the confusion. There's too many red herrings. There's too many, oh no, check this out, guys. Oh, hold on, no, over here. Now you got to think this. And then again, if all of this really wasn't happening the way Phil was doing all of this, and this is what Gordon's like perception of this was, or how he was perceiving all of this. So was he not a dickhead the whole movie? Because we watched him be a dick the whole movie.
Phil?
Yeah,
No,
Phil,
he was.
I'm sorry. But
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, but then at the end, he's like, you know what you're doing. Blah, blah. And then when he's telling him, dude, what are you doing? I know you killed Hank. Or he said, that you hurt him. And then he kills Phil. Well, hold on. So did we not see the real Phil the whole movie? Were we seeing it through your eyes? Or did we really see him be an asshole to everybody?
I think that all of that happened. I think that Phil is just trying to be like,
But even when we see him, when he's talking to Mike and he's like, back my play, Gordon's, he's freaking out. That sounded fucked up. That sounded menacing. That doesn't sound like a friend who's like, oh my God, I know you hurt Hank. Gordon, please put the knife down. That's not what we get. So to get that Phil at the end of the movie where he's like, I know what you did. Please, you hurt Hank and whatever. It's like, what? You weren't like this at all. How come you're not? Fuck you, and then get stabbed.
right.
And it's just and it's not even that they're big things. I feel like it's just a lot of small little things that I'm scratching my head about. And it does it. I don't want to say that it overshadows the good, but it's very hard when there's so much mud there to get through the water. You know what I mean? For me, anyway.
No, I get that. I feel like it's such an interesting story to tell, whatever Simon is, that he latches on to these people in their weakest moments or, whatever. For this girl to already have DID and to hear these other alters talking about Simon, you would assume that Simon is another alter.
Right.
So I feel like it's so clever because I know that we all thought that until the 10th shoe dropped or whatever. But it's very interesting because that's why they can't answer where does Simon live. He doesn't live there.
I will say that originally in the script, it was written that Simon lives in the gut. Don't know what that means. I prefer this answer.
Better.
Yeah.
He's like, as soon as your belly's full of fucking Jif peanut butter, bitch, here I come.
It's like his spinach.
Yeah. I really like that. I think that is a very interesting story to tell, and I don't think I've seen anything like that before. I will admit that some of the execution is a little strange, especially knowing what that subplot was and realizing that a lot of those moments where you're like, wait, what? Can be attributed to that.
Yeah.
But the overall story that is being told and these themes that we are dealing with, I mean, even down to Gordon's exhaustion and his desperation and just to try to make this work because they need it so badly, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's real shit. That is relatable shit. And so to tell this story in conjunction with that, it's like, damn, like it's so grounded. And I think that's why I really appreciate why they're written as these asbestos removal guys, why they're not paranormal investigators, why they're not investigative reporters or whatever. They're just dudes there to do a job. And that makes it's just that much more grounded so that when this shit that you know is going to pop off does pop off, it adds a layer of realism to something that is so fantastic.
But how can not one of them think it's a ghost? And even Mike, if he's over there listening to it, like, this is scary shit. You're not telling anybody that you're
I will
doing
say
that?
I did have that in my notes. I don't know why Mike did not share any of this with the rest of the class.
You're not working. This is your work now.
He didn't work at all.
Yeah.
He didn't work at all.
Why are you not sharing this with the class?
Yeah.
I think that's my probably the biggest complaint that I have is a lot of character motivation.
Mm-hmm.
Because there is all that stuff with Mike where he does kind of just go off on his own and he does all this stuff. People ask where he is, but nobody checks on him to see what he's doing.
No.
Nobody tries to figure anything out. He doesn't tell anybody anything, but he's learning all this stuff that is very crucial and possibly helpful.
It is also funny to me, and we always point this out when the person that writes the movie, they're the one that uncovers the truth. They're the one that gets the cool monologue or
That is
whatever.
true.
That did make me laugh.
I do appreciate a lot of the film.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of it. I like a lot of the sequences. I like a lot of the drama of it.
Yeah.
There's a very human tragedy at the center of it, and even Gordon's character arc was apparently based on a real true crime story.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Richard Rosenthal.
Right.
Just the very barest of description, but he murdered his wife and his small child and kept going to work.
God
like
damn.
nothing had happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was people were like, we haven't seen them in days. And so they called somebody to go and check, and they were still in the house. He had murdered them and was getting up every morning and getting dressed and going to work, which is what Gordon did.
No,
Yeah. And so, I mean, there is a lot of reality and grounding in that adult circumstance.
Yeah.
Of them working, of them being here to get a job done.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, there is a lot of things here that it could have really gone a cliche route of it being these paranormal investigators or these teens who break in after hours.
Or that,
Or anything. And instead, they're like, no, this is a grounded, at least beginning.
Yeah.
And then we'll build everything off of that, which is intriguing.
Yeah.
And original in its own way.
Mm-hmm.
I will say I do. I love, and appreciate the homages to The Shining.
Yeah.
But at a certain point, it's like, yes, we've all seen The Shining. Yes, we love The Shining. We've seen it. Stanley Kubrick because,
Yes.
But I don't know. I feel so torn about this movie because there are a lot of character moments and motivations. I mean, the entire thing with Hank and Phil is fucking odd.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that it plays out, the way that they're working together, it's just a lot of strange moments.
Mm-hmm.
Although it is very interesting that even despite it all, after finding Hank that way, he went and confronted Gordon.
Yeah.
And I do wonder how he even said that because
He couldn't convey anything but what are you doing
No,
here?
and that was kind of the horror of it, is that was the last thing he said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it is kind of odd that he also said, Gordon did this to me.
Yeah.
It was Gordon.
Yeah, so I don't get that either. But I mean, I think that the biggest complaint for me is just I like a red herring.
Yes.
But there are just too many.
Mm-hmm.
It's not bad to misdirect your audience. I love being misdirected. I love being shocked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But there are about 10 things that could be.
Yeah.
And the marriage of all of them and the execution of it at the end is not as neatly wrapped as it could be.
Yeah. I agree.
I do want to love this movie a lot, but there was a lot of times that I'm like, so now we're supposed to think it's this? Like, it almost gets a little frustrating.
Yeah.
Yes.
But, I mean, the certain aspects of the ending, the way that it plays out, the way that you see it, the way that it's shot, it is very good.
Yeah.
So that's where it just kind of gets kind of torn, because you're like, I'm feeling a lot as I watch this ending, and I appreciate a lot of what I'm feeling.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, why the fuck is Phil imaginary now? I understand. I understand.
Yeah.
Because for that last moment, we're supposed to think it's him.
I know, but isn't that too much though?
It's
Yeah.
a little.
Like,
it's a little bit.
I didn't even mind. I wouldn't have minded the misunderstanding from Gordon, his perception of events when Phil walks in.
Yeah.
But then later, whenever we see Gordon in the van and he goes inside, we start to unravel and understand. Maybe that's when he walks past the rooms.
Yeah.
Mm.
And then you're like, oh, he killed Phil.
Oh, you're saying
Yeah.
like when he re-entered.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that little, I wouldn't tell anybody, that should have been in Mary's room.
Yeah.
And then, okay, I'll give you that. I will give you that.
Because we're stretching it out too much.
I'll give
Yeah.
you that. Because it's just one more. Psych!
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I'll
And
give you that.
it's just very funny to me that he called him on the radio and he's like, hey, Gordon, we got a 1-9er or whatever. in the old decontamination room.
Over.
Oh, he's like, I better head inside.
Yeah.
It was a 1-9er, he said.
All right. I gotta go.
But I guess that can lead us into ratings. I mean, I've said most of everything I wanted to say. Most of the negatives I've already discussed. The positives, I do want to call out the sound design again. The music is fantastic, and the way that these soundscapes are just converging where you don't know what is what, it leads to a very pleasantly unsettling experience.
Yeah.
I do appreciate a lot of the cinematography. A lot of these shots are fantastic. A lot of camera movements that are reminiscent from Kubrick films, but there is a nostalgic feeling in seeing them again.
Yeah.
I appreciate a lot of the setup. I think that the characters are interesting. The characterization, I'm not 100%.
Okay.
But I do really enjoy the ride that this film is, even if it is like a few times you're like, wait, we're stopping here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just, it's not, I wouldn't even call it a mixed bag, because I do like this more than I don't,
Okay.
And I really, really want to commend that nightmare sequence
Yeah.
Yeah.
and the way that they use Simon's voice.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Brilliant, brilliant work.
And that last line,
Fantastic.
All
There's,
right.
I loved it.
I love it. And I love a lot of the screenplay.
I like
Yeah.
the voice.
Okay.
The voice is creepy as fuck.
Yeah.
But again, like I said, for me, it's just confusing because what does that mean? Because to me, I still think you're an alter.
I think what's scary to me about the line is that what he's saying is that this could be anyone.
Yeah.
And that is frightening, although at the same time, it does open up a lot, because you're like, I mean, I don't know. Even the fact of him introducing himself to Gordon, Mary and Gordon are parallels of each other.
Yeah.
But I think that the thing that is very difficult to reconcile is this fact that this is the fact that Simon is a demon, I guess.
Yeah.
That he lives within this hospital, and that's what he does. So, I mean, it's, I don't know, but that's twist number 6 or something, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, God damn, I'm dizzy.
Yeah.
Fucking dizzy. But this is probably one of the most difficult films to rate for me. So I'm just going to kind of rip off the Band-Aid. Out of 10 eerie audio reels, I am going to give Session 9 7 eerie audio reels out of 10. I really do want to commend a lot of what they did here. The things that don't work for me don't break the film, but they're just things that I'm like, you could have gone a different way, and I probably would have. But there is a lot to like here.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand why it comes so highly recommended and why it ends up on so many of these lists.
Yeah.
But I will now open the floor to you.
So I do want to agree. I am also feeling woozy over here. I did enjoy, and I know I already gave my gripe. So I think too, like you said, T, everything, the acting, the believable group they are, the reason they're there, what they're doing, all of that feels genuine. It feels great. The story at the beginning is good. A lot of it is good. For me, it's when you start introducing, like I said, too many breadcrumbs. There's too many slices here. I don't need all that. I just needed a sandwich. I'm hungry. I don't know about the rest of them. You know what I mean, Jeff? I don't know. You know what I mean, Mike? I don't know Simon yet. You know what I mean? So I only need 2 pieces of bread. I think it was just the overload of the fake outs. So when it did come, when I was like, oh shit, Phil's not real. I was like, okay, but I feel like I've already been given all of this false hope or this false, like, it might be this, it might be that, it might be this. And then to where I get to it, I'm like, oh, I didn't see that coming, but I mean, what do I expect now? I don't know what to think. You know what I mean? It's almost to where, like you said, it's just too much. You get too much of it, and then it's like, it's not special anymore. It's like you took the punch out of it because you punched me like 16 times back there. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing now. You know what I mean? But everything else was great. Simon's voice was scary. The movie, all, like you said, the cinematography was great. The location, the actor, everything. Man. That location is the scariest fucking thing, and that being that it was a real.
Yeah.
Holy fucking shit. Like, god damn. But yeah, all that to say, I don't think I can climb as high as you, but I'll be right next to you.
Okay.
So on a score from 1 to 10, eerie audio reels, I'm going to give Session 9 a 6.5. I want to give it that extra 5 and join you at the 7. I think that for me, there was just, like I said, I got hit too many times in the face. I was like, I don't know who I'm looking at now. There's 3 of y'all. You know what I mean? What the fuck am I, what is what?
4 crusties.
Yeah. So it just got a little muddy towards the end for me. And I was like, I don't know what. I'm just confused now.
It might have been a big enough twist just for you to hear the voice and realize it was Simon.
Yeah.
But then everything else that follows are like, and then this is also happening.
Yeah.
Phil, he's not real at the end. He's dead. He's dead.
No. Or even, again, if you can pull that off if Phil and Gordon have a better relationship, because he's hearing Phil as a conscience
comfort,
almost.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Oh, you're still here with me. You're my friend. And he's like, wake up, Gordon. You got to wake up, dude. Wake up. Something's wrong. You're not thinking straight. And then he's like, I am awake. And he's gone. And he's like, Phil. And then he's like, fuck, I killed this dude. And I felt like it would have probably, for me, impacted me a little more, because they're supposed to be friends at the beginning, but then through the whole thing, it just seems like Phil's trying to take his job or get him the fuck out of there.
I feel like, and this is the worst time to try to rewrite something, is in the room quickly in the moment. But I'm wondering if this idea of waking up was repeated in Gordon's nightmare. Maybe he imagined himself there and Phil was there too. And then he wakes up in the van because Phil tells him to wake up. And at the end, when Phil tells him to wake up again, everything starts to roll.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh shit, this isn't real.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, as opposed to it just being like, is that Craig McManus? Hey, where'd Phil go?
Yeah.
You know? So I don't know.
Yeah.
I did want to say, because I forgot to mention it earlier in that Fangoria article, they said that they wrote a prequel and they were going to call it Session 1, and it was going to be Mary's story. And so they had like the idea for a whole series going back to the beginning and like learning about Simon and stuff. And they said they brought it to Focus Films and they were like, we're not interested. And they were like, it's our movie, but they still own the rights.
Yeah.
So he's like, we can't do anything with it.
I
was like, that is so sad. But I would fucking watch that.
Of course.
Yeah.
The same people that who wouldn't watch that if you liked this at all, you know? But that just bummed me out because they said that they wrote something and they can't even do anything with it now. But yeah, I know I defended a lot. I am a twisty kind of girl. I love it. But I will admit realistically that maybe they did a couple too many of them. I think that what opened my eyes kind of is if we would have just moved that moment from the Dexter Morgan room to Mary's room before, that I feel like would have made such a difference. And not feel so much like you're like, give me a minute. Hold the fuck on. I don't know what's going on. But I do like not knowing what's going to happen next. I love that reveal of Simon.
Yes.
I love that this voice has been here since like the second scene of the film, and we have not put that together.
Yeah.
I love that. I love the twist of what is going on with Gordon and what he thinks is going on, and the fact that Hank wasn't dead. Like that is even scarier to me.
Because I know we all did think when Jeff saw him on the stairs.
Oh yeah, I thought it was a ghost.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I mean, some of the execution is just really brilliant, but there's some carelessness with the subplot. Little pieces still left. Maybe there's an extra slice or two of bread. I'm not gonna confirm nor deny that, but I will say maybe we did a little too much. But I liked it overall.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not bad.
A number's really hard, man.
Mm-hmm.
This one, I will agree with you, T. This was hard because there was a lot of things I did really enjoy.
That's the thing.
Like, really, really enjoyed. Like, for real. And then it was like, oh, why are you doing that again?
But there are kind of a couple big things holding it back from being as good as it should have been.
Yes.
Because there's something really amazing here.
Yeah.
In the story, in the setting, and weaving in this authentic history using actual true crime cases and the satanic panic and everything for inspiration. That is incredible.
I forgot about that red herring of the satanics.
Yes. Yeah. And what was it, like Satan rocks or whatever on the wall?
Satan rules.
Yeah, that was the 3 or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Nothing to do with anything. That's a good red herring.
Uh-huh.
You know? But yeah, there's just a couple things that keep it from just... It won't blow your tits off. Well, it will. But when you get them back on and you stop to think, you're like, we didn't need that. We need both of them to come off. Y'all did too much.
One is enough.
Yeah, maybe
One's
a
enough.
nipple.
Maybe, not all of it.
Yeah.
But
You better be going with this somewhere with it.
Can you tell I'm trying to stall giving my number? Okay. On a scale from 1 to 10, eerie audio reels.
You got it.
Okay. I can't in good conscience go above this number. So I'm going to go as high as I can. Well, I'm going to allow myself to give this. But this should be watched.
Yeah.
This should be in the conversation more. I know that I say that. It sounds silly because there were 13 fucking requests for this. But I had never seen this.
Yeah.
It was not even on my radar until people were like, y'all need to do session 9. I can't believe you haven't done session 9. Please do session 9. It was not even on my radar. I did not care to see it. I didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
So definitely watch it. It's got its flaws, but overall, it's a really fucking good movie. Okay. Scale from 1 to 10, eerie audio reels. I'm giving session 9 7.5.
Okay.
All right.
Out of 10 audio reels. I was really trying to justify that 8. I don't think that I can.
I saw the struggle.
Yeah.
I don't think that I can, but it's still really good.
It is.
I saw the look in your eyes to give it that 8. It was like Simon's like, do it, Reneé.
Oh, never mind. I'll do it.
Like, Simon,
I'll do it right now. I'm sorry.
Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Session 9, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Twitter at the Pod Mortem. Don't forget to follow us on Instagram and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Twitter at TravisMWH, at Blood and Smoke, and at RealStreeter84. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon and stay tuned until after the music for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, be careful when digging for things you've buried deep. You never know what could be waiting for you when the dust settles. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned. We want to give a very special thank you to all of our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah.
Very good. Very good. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Tamez, Travis Anissa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Spooky Mom, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Brittany Ramatar, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Jordan Blevins, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newding, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun,
Mandy M, Scott Troutman Wise, Talton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G, Dave Burke, Adrian Stakes, Daniel McGinnis, Nick Spill, Emma Hagel Kissinger, Valerie G, Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Cow OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Nicholas Carter, Sawyer Reese Farr, Dr. Diva Loves Horror, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Natalie de Guzman, Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanovan, Katie K, Erica Morin,
Cameron S, Nicole Stewart, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Fernando Dominguez, Murder Stina, No Thanks Tom Hanks, Kevin McGonigal, Kristen Marcy, Ori81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Jen Lassiter, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Neil Chesin, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Heather Santiano, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Cassidy Carruthers, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Jen T., Kim H., Dana Cook, August, Vengeance Spirit, Sam J. Green, Kelly Glazyface Mack, Jenny May, Zoe Marie, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D., Toya Shea, and Katie. Thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Now imagine for a second you're walking up the stairs. Hey, thank you.
Great work.
Thank you. Until next time.